What's going on, everybody? We're live. Hey, my hair is flying now. I just had it all neat. It's all good. We're here for information. Got a lot of information. Hope your week's been great. Hope you had fun this week. Hope you were prosperous. Those that got laid off, sorry for the layoffs. I think Accenture laid off 19,000. Um, there are still more layoffs to come. I think there was another layoff announcement too. I didn't pull that one. I didn't pull that one. So there's been quite a few layoffs. Amongst the layoffs, there's still a housing shortage, right? Still got a housing shortage. And we also still have an issue not just with housing shortages. We have an issue with um, rising rents, right? So we got a lot of things going on. Got a lot of things going on. So um, I saw we got a new member. I hope I'm saying this correctly. Kazin. I hope I say that correctly. Thank you for coming to 500K Club. Let's get it. 500K Club. Um, Now the question is, what do you do when you get to 500K? What are some problems you have at 500K? And um is that 500K W2 or 1099? What issues do you have at 500K? This is a question. I don't think it's a question that gets addressed a lot. I don't think I try to address it. I try to make sure you are all informed. What happens when you get to 500K? What happens when you get to a million? That one little hair that's gotta go. What's going on, Courtney? What's going on? I see you on Facebook. King Tao, morning, Natasha, D Linux Links, Journey to Jasmine. Are you up? Are you up? And B, what's going on? And B, is and B and Banks? Is that who that is? Is that Ann Banks? Is that and B and Banks? Is that you? Is that you out there? I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Could be. Could be. We got to do a show for our 300K 500K earners. There's a show coming up. You're not gonna want to miss that one. I'm telling you, you're not gonna want to miss that. So yeah, we got that coming up pretty soon. I may do it this week. Oh, and B no, I had to check. I had to check. I'm like, and B, is that you? Have you discovered the YouTube? Did you discover the YouTube? Casual economist, what's going on? How is there everybody? Everybody good? Everybody employed? Anybody looking for work? Let me ask that. Anybody looking for work? Anybody looking for work? I didn't cover some stuff last in our last live, and I got a whole bunch of stuff for us to go over. Uh, I'm getting it all together here. It's a lot of things we gotta talk about. Got a lot of petty T stuff that I think you guys would like. I have we'll probably hold this to the second show because I actually built this out for the second show. Um, the second show is all about jobs, where they're at, um, also government contracting. Those that are interested in government contracting, those that are looking want to know how to get into government contracting, those that want to, which I have to get my book too. Those that want to work for a government contractor, what's the difference? Why? What do I see? I see a lot. I see a lot. So we got that for the second show. So you can pick and choose your poison today, but it's all I got. Look, I hate to say it, but I got that blue magic for you today. I got that blue magic for you today. All right. Always looking for work. You're not loyal. Rashana, what's going on? All right. We got 20 people in here so far. That's all right. That's all good. I'm pull up one more thing because I'm like, how do I want to open up? How do I want to open up? Because I got a lot. And I may not want to open up with that. I may want to open up with something else. Well, let me see. Let me check. Let me check my stash. I always got a stash of information. All right. Mm, let's talk about the 500K. Let's talk about that. A 500K W-2. How much money are you all able to put away at 500K? How much money do you put away at 500K? All right. What's the percentage of that money that you're putting away? So, rule of thumb, and I've talked about this before. The rule of thumb is to put away 25%. So, let me pull up a calculator. On Granville, thanks for the super chat there, my guy. So, I got my calculator up, and let me get my screen shared here because I don't think nobody talks to you all about when you get the 500K W-2. And this is important because 1099 has a different tax strategy than what you have at 500K, right? So at 500K, your W-2 you puts you in the 35% tax bracket. You are making gross. What's that? Let me tell you off the top of my head. I forget. 500K. Oh, that's 50. That's 500 right there. All right, divided by 12. So you're making $41,666 gross. And take out in taxes a month. That's gross. Right? So at 500K, with 41,000, we'll just call it, let's call it an even 42,000 a month, right? So you could bring gross 42,000 a month. And they're saying that you should be able to put away 25% of your 25% of your gross. All right, so 500,000, and you said, well, I'll tell you where I get that number from. All right, so it's multiplied by 0.25. So you should be able to put away $125,000 a year, and divide that by 12, and that comes out to 10,000 a month. We'll say 10,005 for shits and giggles. We'll just say 10,000, right? So 10,000 a month is what you should be able to put away, and this is gross, and then take out taxes or whatnot, right? Now, the other part of this is your this year for your 401k is 22.5. So 22.5 a month is 1875. So 22,500 divided by 12 comes out to 1875. So 22.5 is what you're putting away for your 401k, maxing it out. Hopefully you got a match on that. Hopefully you got maybe a Roth. You want to contribute as much as you can to your tax deferred, because no one cares when it comes to your taxes on your Roth side. Because It's just straight cash, right? Um, and then on the other side of that is your HSA. So your HSA, you put away single 3650, I think married 7300. So why am I telling you all of this? Because no one tells you that that's still not enough once you do all of that. No one tells you that. No one tells you that's still not enough. You're still gonna have to put more money away. Now, how much more money you need to put away? Well, you'll need to talk to a CPA. Why? Because you need or an enrolled agent or someone who understands how to find different tax strategies for you to use after you get there. All right. So let's say you're making 500,000 for the last 10 years, and I'm not even giving you an inflation cost of living or anything like that, so you would know that's 5 million, right? So for that, you should be a millionaire easily, right? So I had this conversation yesterday. Yeah, I had this conversation 3850. Yep. I had this conversation yesterday, and somebody was and we do this often, right? We do this often. Um, where someone to say, "Hey, one of your coworkers will ask you how much do you make," and we're quick to say none of your business, but really it is your business. But the other part of it is it's not about how much you make, is how much you keep. 500K, I'm saving it at the same rate I'm at now, 65%. Good, good. As long that only this how I look at that 65%. That only works. Let's do the math on that. At 65%. Tell you what it looks like if you live in DC or somewhere high. 325. Let's look at um what that looks like if you live in DC or something like that. Because I've been doing the numbers, and the numbers for if you're renting, hopefully you have a decent apartment, or you're renting a house, or you own a home, or you own a townhome. Hopefully you get that. But on average, I've been seeing anywhere for something decent, and this is city dependent. 1,700 to 2,200, and that's city dependent. Um, the ones that are rent control, you might get, mm, you might can get down to 1,200, maybe not, depending. All right. Yeah, if you don't have any of that, if you don't have no car note, if you don't have that back and forth, yeah, you live in a semi, so yeah, you don't have none of that. We're talking about people that Granville. Somebody time out Granville. I'm just playing. Somebody get Granville out of here. Granville. The average husband and wife is not living in a semi. There's some that do it. Don't get me wrong. I know. There's some truckers that be on the road with their husband and wife. But on average, most people are not doing that. All right. So again, that money, no one tells you about the tax implications, the tax implications when this happens, when you get there. So some of the tax things that you have to come up with on a W-2 salary. I talked about this before, where you can look at to donor advised funds. So let me pull that up to donor advised foundation, DAF. Now, I was doing some studying uh, on this for because Fidelity has one, and I talked about this before. And I bring this up because if you're not investing into real estate, if you don't have enough money for the 20%, or you're doing an FHA loan, or you're not buying a house, or you're not buying some type of asset that's making money, Remember, you have to have some type of asset, even with your brokerage account. You have to have some type of asset that's going to offset those taxes, right? And when I say have some type of asset that's going to offset those taxes, is whether you contribute to a nonprofit like Women in Linux, we always take donations. Whether you contribute to, um, whether you had did loss harvesting in your brokerage account, where you maybe you sold some stocks that are lost, or you did some trading or something of that nature, right? Or you went out and you invested in some type of real estate. So I went on this search for, because people talk, when you go on like the different YouTube channels, or when you talk to different tax strategists, everybody always wants to come at you from a 1099%. Well, if you went over to do a 1099, you could do a SEP IRA or a solo 401k, and you could do the back door. Okay, well, what about the people who are W-2 and they made $1 million in their salary? Or what about the people who are W-2 and they made 2 million in the salary, or they made 500,000, or they made 300,000? No one talks about it from that perspective. I search, and I'm telling you, I search, and so we're gonna get into some conversations today about this, and the why, right? So, what is a donor advised fund? It is a simple, flexible, tax advantage way to give to your favorite charities. However, when you go to file, this is what I like about it. You can put money into it. So say I put $20,000 into it, it matches it dollar for dollar. So it's $20,000 that went into it. It can grow, and on top of that, that $20,000 can now be claimed on my taxes as well, right? It's claimed on my taxes. I like that. That's great, right? That's just one way. I'm just talking cash for right now. But there are other things you can put into this as well too, right? So what are those other things? Let's get into it. It looks kind of small on the screen. I'm gonna blow it up and now read it out. It's a donor advised fund, or a DAF, is like a charitable investment account for sole purpose of supporting charitable organizations you care about. It says when you contribute cash, securities, or other assets to a donor advised fund at a public charity, and Fidelity is not the only one. Charles Schwab has this as well too, and there are other ones. There are other companies that have this as well too. Do your research and finding out on what the minimum to put in for your donor advised fund. You control this fund. This is your thing. You can control. All right. So look at everything. I'm going to show you everything else you put in. You're generally eligible to take immediate tax deduction. That part is important. The immediate tax deduction is important. Why? Because I don't have to wait till next year. I don't have to go scrape up some clothes and go take them over to the Salvation Army. I don't have to come up with all these other little things, right? And the other part of this is, what if you didn't, what if you ran, and this is the other part of the conversation. So everybody's like, oh, you need to be 1099. Well, you could be 1099 in an LLC, or you could be 1099 under your social security number, right? So here's the two nuances here, and I'm telling you this from experience. Here's the two nuances. So if you're 1099 under the LLC, the business is going to get those tax deductions, and you're going to use the tax strategies under that. What if you were 1099 under your social security number? Because if you're 1099 under your social security number, now you yourself can then claim your desk, your home office, your this, your that, your internet, your phone, your commutes, your software you had to buy to protect your laptop, um, your things you had to use for bookkeeping. Maybe you had to get some insurance, or maybe you had to do some other things. These are the other things that no one talks about to you. Put a one in the chat If this is new to you, put a two in the chat. Like Tam, this is all. We don't care nothing about this. Put a one in the chat. If this is like new to you, hadn't heard of this, and put a two in the chat. If you're like Tam, this ain't nothing. Move on. Let me know. Let me see where y'all are at out here, because I just want to make sure you're understanding where I'm coming from, because no one talks about the W-2 side. Everybody talks about the 1099 side, and I got it. We're set up to be a business, and you got to treat yourself like a business. But nobody talks about the 1090. Nobody talks about the W-2 side, because nobody really says, okay, when you get 500K, what are your tax strategies at 500K W-2, right? What are your tax strategies at 500K, 300K W-2, right? All right, so let's get back to it. It says, see, a donor advised fund at a public charity like Fidelity, you are generally eligible to take immediate tax deduction. Then those funds can be invested for tax-free growth for you, and you can recommend grants to virtually any IRS public charity, right? So it's got to be a 501 C3 that comes out, that is actually registered with the IRS, right? What's going on, Hermes Attic? How you doing? Coda and Evelyn, what's up now? Right? So that's the other part of this, right? So let's get into it. All right. So the donor advised funds are fastest growing charitable. They've been increasing this year because people have been making money, but they really didn't want to put it in the stock market. They haven't really want to put it back into the stock market, I should say. Some people are like, oh, I'm skeptical about buying a house. People are buying more multifamily units and so forth. That's been a big talk of the town. Another one is another one, and we saw this last week when we did the show last week. And I went and followed that guy that we talked about last week. We're doing the assisted living homes. What's going on now? I went over that because I wanted to talk about his stuff, and we'll go over that a little later on. I'm telling you, I got a lot of stuff, but let's get back to it. All right, so the donor advised fund is fast and growing charitable giving vehicle in the United States because they're one of the easiest and the most tax advantageous ways to give to a charity. So, how does a donor advised fund work? All right, establish a giving account and then donate cash, stocks, a non-publicly traded assets, private business interests, cryptocurrency, private company stock to be eligible for immediate tax deduction. I'll say that again because I don't think y'all heard me. Right? You hit 500K, you maxed out your 401K, you maxed out your HSA, you max out any other your brokerage account, right? You maybe took some losses there. You max out whatever you're gonna put in that you set aside for your brokerage account. You gave to a particular charity. You go file your taxes, and they say they hit you with, oh, they was like, man, you maxed out everything, but you still are on the hook for $45,000. You're on the hook for $45,000. So you're on the hook for $45,000. What's gonna be your first thought? Are y'all gonna pass out? You might pass out. You might. You might pass out. Now this is all W-2. This is all W-2. You might pass out. And let me include this. You went and got your life insurance and you did your estate planning. You went and got your term life insurance. You went and got your whole life insurance. You maxing out all of that. You got money going into an annuity. You got money going over here for uh, setting up as a custodial account. Don't call me, Evelyn. Don't call me. Call Sal. Don't call me. Buy a house is one thing. A rental property, rental is another. Well, let me back up when I say rental. Short-term rental is another way. Short-term rental is another way, right? Airbnb is another way. You know you're doing this wrong. This is what I'm saying. On the W-2 side, this is, and I want to make sure we're clear on this. This is only on the W-2 side that I'm talking about. On the 1099 side, there's another conversation, right? So we're gonna get into a little bit more about this. All right, so let's go. All right, so establish a giving account and then donate cash, stocks, non-publicly traded assets such as private business interests, cryptocurrency, private company stock to be eligible for immediate tax deduction. I put in 20,000, tax deduction 20,000. I put in 40,000, tax deduction 40,000. Claim that on my taxes. I'm good. All right. What you say I needed 45? Gotcha. Got it. Right? It says a contribution to a donor advised fund is an irrevocable commitment to charity. The funds cannot be returned to the donor or any other individual or used for any other purpose other than grant making to charities. Now, you like, damn, I don't even get to use that money back. That's the other part I don't like about this one, but I like the immediate tax deduction, right? Anything that I don't have to give back to the IRS, right? So let me tell you what else you can donate. Now, here's the other part about the donations, right? Say Tameika, like, damn, I need a charity to donate to this, that, and the other. This one you all gotta like network, right? Because there are other charities out there. This is just one way. This is not the only way to cut your taxes. I'm going to talk about multiple ways. There are other charities out there. All right, so let's say Granville had a charity, right? And I want to be a part of the board, or I want to be recognized as a part of the, like I'm getting ready to give him this $45,000, right? You can negotiate now because you got leverage to that charity and be like, maybe you be on a board member. Why? Why am I talking about this? Erica Williams talks about this all the time about having digital real estate. What I'm talking about now is having the network to be on boards for recognition for things, not just money, but to be on board for recognition for things so that you can use that as leverage for going out getting more money for that particular entity, or using that as leverage and making it look good on your resume. Right. So let me explain this one. People ask all the time, like, how much money does Women in Linux make? How much money, what does Women in Linux, how do y'all make all your money, right? And the question is, it's not about how much money does Women in Linux make, is what leverage does Women in Linux give? So the leverage is this: you have a presence online, people can look you up, they can ask you what it is that you do. So a lot of times for me, the interview process is, I don't go through the entry level interview process. I skip ahead and go ahead and talk to the hiring manager. Or they're like, hey, you don't have to go through these steps. It's leverage, right? So I'm trying to show you how to create leverage. Your donation can be a leverage. Yes, you could be on the board. And don't forget, in some of these instances of being on the board, you get paid to be on the board, right? I know a couple of people that are on a couple of different boards, from the Linux Foundation to KubeCon to whatever. And those people that are sitting on those boards, they don't get paid just $50,000 to sit on the board. They may get paid $250,000. They may get paid $150,000. They may get paid $100,000 because they're on that board. It's another thing that does for you. It gives you leverage to put your name out there. Now you become an advisor as well too. Do you think on the Linux Foundation, in order to be on as a gold member, I think as a gold member at one point in time, and this was years ago, it probably went up now. It was $150,000 to be on the board. You pay to be on that board, but now you give yourself leverage. Now you become an obvious expert to whatever that particular entity is doing. So that's why I'm telling you, like, you gotta be smart about these things. You're like, man, I don't put down, I don't donate it to my own charity, but I don't get my money back. But let's again think about the tax free. Think about the fact that you ain't got to pay the IRS. That's what you got to look at there. All right, so see what you can donate. All right, so what can you donate? You donate appreciated access. What are the benefits of giving appreciated assets? By donating long-term appreciated securities or other non-publicly traded assets directly to a donor-advised fund, you may eliminate capital gains taxes and Medicare surtax, which combined could be up to 23.8%. Maximize your support for your favorite charities. Take an income tax deduction. And we need to talk about this too. This is another one I was looking up. Tax credits, tax credits, tax credits. Look that up today. I'm going to say it again. And I want you to type it in the chat. Tax credits. You'll thank me later. Trust me, you'll thank me later. All right. So take out income tax deduction in the amount of the full fair market value if you itemize your deductions. So what else can you put in here? Stocks, publicly traded stocks, mutual funds, bonds, private company C corp stocks, private company S corp stocks, LLC, limited partnerships, private equity, hedge fund interests, pre-IPO shares, restricted stocks, RSUs, life insurance, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, retirement assets, oil and gas royalty interest, right? Tax credits. We'll pull it up in a minute. I'm trying to tell you, no one talks about this. These are things I had to learn, I had to discover. I'm like, oh, you want me to pay you what? Now we hold up a minute. Let me go fix that real quick. All right. So oil and gas and royalty interest, they have a whole video there. So let's go back. All right, it says right here, support your charities you love. Now over time, you can support the IRS qualified public charity. Again, no one tells you that you yourself can't have a Tameika nonprofit or a Granville or a Hermes Attic or a Journey to Jasmine nonprofit, right? No one's telling you you can't do that. No one's telling you that you can't have your own donor, your own DAF. I'm just telling you things again when you think about it. How does money keep circulating? How does money keep circulating? Let's just say I did donate to uh, my friend's nonprofit that's in my neighborhood that supports the kids going back to school for them to go buy backpacks. Let's again in the community. We're circulating in the community, right? So also it says you can support virtually, blah blah blah, donate by $20 from your local business, your local homeless shelter to your alma mater or religious institution. The public charity sponsoring your account will conduct due diligence to ensure the funds granted go to an IRS public charity, qualified public charity, and are used for charitable purposes. A Fidelity charitable giving account is a great way to support, right? So one of the things I wanted to talk about when we're talking about this, you're a nonprofit lover fool. I love charity of me. Exactly. So again, so it could be something that you're doing in your community. I can donate to that, right? That's what you got to think about this. And the other part is you could look at it in this as saying I'm giving away, but you could also look at it as a part of saying I'm giving to a charity and I don't have to pay the IRS back that money. All right, so that's one way, right? That's just one way. So let's go look up tax credits. Why I'm telling you this, right? All right, let's hop down here. Tax credit. Tax credit. What is it? How it works? What qualifies in three types? Right. The term tax credit refers to amount of money that taxpayers can subtract directly from the taxes that they owe. Let me repeat that because we talked about a DAF, right? We talked about that donor advised fund. Now let's talk about what a tax credit is. Because people go tell you go run and be 1099, that's great. But they don't talk about the jobs that are out here that are 300, 400, 500, 600, 1 million, 2 million, and you're bringing that home. And then you max out everything and you're like, oh shit, I still owe the IRS. Here we go. So a tax credit refers to an amount of money that taxpayers can subtract directly from the taxes they owe. This is different from tax deductions, which lowers the amount of the individual's taxable income. Tax deductions, tax credits, donor advised funds. We're gonna cover all of that. I got so much. I got so much stuff for you. I told you I'm slinging out stuff like blue magic today. Right? It's tail magic, sprinkles. Right? The value of the tax credit depends on the nature of the credit. Certain types of credits are granted to individuals or businesses in locations, classifications, or industries. Right? So some key takeaways from this article is a tax credit is an amount of money that taxpayers can subtract dollar for dollar from the taxes that they owe. Dollar for dollar for the taxes that they owe, right? Tax credits are more favorable than tax deductions. Again, tax credits are more favorable than tax deductions, right? Because they reduce the tax that's due, not just the amount of taxable income, the tax that's due. Again, our example, you owe 45,000. How are you gonna reduce that? You can do a donor advised fund. You can do a tax credit. You can do a tax deduction, but we see here we're working with tax credit. You can go buy real estate, right? You can use that real estate. You can do Airbnb. And when I say buy real estate, you don't necessarily have to go buy a house. Go buy some land, right? Go buy land, right? Go purchase air rights on the land, the minerals, right? Anything, something that's going to reduce on the W2 side. I'm really talking about W2 that's going to reduce this, right? All right, so tax credits are more favorable than tax deduction because they reduce the tax, not just the taxable income. There are three types of tax credits: non-refundable, refundable, and partially refundable. Non-refundable tax credit can reduce the tax you owe to zero, but they don't provide refunds. I think y'all liking this tax credit better than the donor advised fund. The donor advised fund can be used as a community thing. So, say I'm in Florida, I'm building out something. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the super sticker, for the $20 super sticker. We appreciate you. Say I'm in Florida, I have a donor advised fund. Hermes Attic has uh, a a nonprofit in, say, in New York. She's doing something for the kids to get them in a coding boot camp. Boom, I hit you up. We circulating in our own community. We circulate in our own community, right? Just because you work W2 and you don't own a business, don't mean you don't that don't mean you can't contribute. That don't mean you ain't nothing. All right. So non-refundable tax credits can reduce the tax you owe to zero, but they don't provide refunds. Refundable credits are paid out in full, providing a refund for any remaining tax credit beyond zero tax due. Those are the highlights of it. Now we finna get into the knit and the grit. Tech Ties, what's going on, Miss Phoenix? How you doing? You say, okay, marry me, have that big throuple, but it's okay. You're more useful than hubby at this point. I hear you on that. All right. Granville, this is what I'm talking about. When I listen, Granville, when I be in the chat, And I'd be like, we too broke to argue. I would like, we too broke to argue. We got to make this money. We got to keep this money circulating in the community. Whether I give to this charity, and this is what's cool about this too. If I gave to that charity and say that charity that I gave to went out and bought land within that charity, with coming from that charity, that's a tax deduction. Guess what they ain't got to pay? Guess what they don't have to pay when they buy in that charity? Taxes. Come on now. Come on now. We gotta learn. Like, look, you here in the United States, learn the game. Learn how it works. Learn how the money works. Learn how to be your own charitable contribution. Sister, you out here dropping games, saving lives. I can't thank you enough for this knowledge, man. I'm just trying to tell you things that I've experienced and that people don't even talk about, right? Because everybody, and then this is the cold part about it is you go reach out to like a CPA, or you go reach out to like a tax strategist, and depending on the type of tax strategist you talk to, they were like, oh, you W-2, ain't nothing I can do to help you. Ain't nothing I can do to help you. You're not 1099. So I'm trying to give it to you from a W-2 perspective, because I know a lot of you work and a lot of you don't own businesses. And then you'll get a business, and then you'll put it in an LLC, but over here you're actually doing the work as a 1099 person for that particular company, but it goes that money gets earned under that company name, but you got $45,000 sitting over here that you got to pay back. And then they don't tell you what you could have done under your W-2, wrote it under your Social Security number, get your donor advised fund so you could just do what you want, and the money that's sitting in there grows tax free. No one talks about that. No one tells you those things. Would you say there's a 12,500 tax credit for qualified electric cars? Yep. I ain't even got into all the electric cars, the EV, the other stuff that you could do to eliminate your W-2 tax brackets and taxable income. I'm trying to get that lowered, Lord, right? We want to bring that down. I want you to earn all the money you can, whether it's W-2 or 1099. But I'm just trying to tell you what you can do if you on the W-2 side. Set up your own. These are strategies that you could go ahead and set up. These are strategies that you could do. These are things you can do. All right, so let's go. All right, let's look at this video. And oh yeah, you know what? I got to do it in a. I rebooted. I don't know what goes on with the sound on in Chrome for me. All right. So there's that video, tax credits. Okay, yeah, here we go.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Cap.
It's a tackle. Okay, it's just a video.
One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Turn on my sound.
Everybody wants a lower tax bill. Two of the most popular and legal ways of reducing your obligation to Uncle Sam are tax deductions and tax credits. Though these two terms are often used interchangeably, they are very different concepts with very different impacts on the taxes you pay. A tax deduction is a legal way of reducing your taxable income. Common deductions include personal exemptions, mortgage interest, and contributions to retirement programs like IRAs. Deductions are commonplace, and almost every taxpayer in the U.S. is allowed to take some deductions on their tax return. You can usually measure the value of a deduction by calculating the size of the deduction multiplied by the rate of your marginal tax bracket. If Judy has $50,000 of income and $10,000 in deductions, Judy will only be taxed as though she made $40,000. In this case, if Judy's tax rate is 25%, her tax savings would be equal to $10,000 times 25%, or $2,500 less in taxes owed to the government. A tax credit is a direct reduction in the amount of taxes that a person must pay. Tax credits are less common for individual taxpayers, but the Earned Income Credit and Child Tax Credit are available to people whose earnings fall below a certain level. Taxpayers can also take advantage of credits for education expenses, some energy-efficient products, and first-time home purchases. If Judy qualified for a $10,000 tax credit instead of the $10,000 tax deduction, her tax bill would be reduced by the whole $10,000 versus only $2,500 for the tax deduction. In other words, a tax credit gives Judy a 100% dollar-for-dollar reduction in the total tax owed. Because tax credits are so powerful, the government is very hesitant to grant them, so they tend to be small and available only in very specific circumstances. Even if they aren't as good as tax credits, tax deductions are still valuable. Holding on to more of your money is one of the keys to building wealth. So it is important to understand the differences between deductions and credits and apply as many of each as you can qualify for.
So, who's with tax credits? Who's with me on the tax credits? What's going on, Juan? Right? And this is I'm strictly only talking W-2 side right now. I'm not talking 1099. I'm just talking about you at 500,000, you at $600,000 W-2 income, you're at 800,000 W-2 income, and you're like, I gotta pay this money back because I just went to file my taxes and they told me I gotta pay 45,000. So what am I gonna do now? Right? What am I gonna do? Right? So tax credits. So let's finish this off. Oops, too big. There we go. I need to be right there. I'm looking at the screen. It looks small. All right. The federal and state government may grant tax credits to promote specific behaviors that benefit the economy and the environment of anything else that the government deems important. You remember I told you to buy land? Buy them in opportunity zones. Why? It's a tax credit. That land, that building, right? Now, you need to find out when opportunity zones, I think that tax is supposed to go away. I'm not sure when. I want to say 2025, but don't quote me on that. We'll have to look that up. All right. Look a little small on the screen here. All right, here we go. Make sure I'm right. All right, cool. For example, a tax credit is available and that rewards people for installing solar panels on their home. Other tax credits help offset the cost of child and dependent care, education, and adoption. Tax credits are more favorable than tax deduction because tax credits tax the liability dollar for dollar, as we saw in the video, while a deduction reduces the final tax liability. It only does so with an individual's marginal tax rate. We saw that in the video, right? An individual in a 22% tax bracket, for example, would save 22 cents for every marginal tax dollar deducted. However, a credit would reduce the tax liability by $1 You see, what's going on, black women making money? How you doing? Right? All right, types of tax credit. All right, 3 categories: non-refundable, refundable, and partially refundable. We talked about the refundable one, the non-refundable one, and then also said the non-refundable credits are valid in the year of the reporting only, expire after the return is filed, and may not be carried over for future years. Because this non-refundable tax credits can negatively impact low-income taxpayers as they are often unable to use the entire tax credit amount of the tax credit. For 2022, and this was for 2022, Specific examples of non-refundable tax credits. Let's look at it. Let's blow it up a little bit more. Adoption credit, lifetime learning credit, res- residential energy credit, work opportunity credit, and you can go to the IRS and look all these tax credits up, right? Child and dependent care credit, other dependent credit, retirement savings contributions credit, child tax credit, CTC, mortgage interest credit helps lower the incomes taxpayers afford a home. Now let's talk about refundable tax credits. Refundable tax credits are the most beneficial credit because they're paid out in full. This means that a taxpayer, regardless of their income or tax liability, is entitled to the entire amount of the credit beyond a zero amount of tax due. So, for example, if a refundable tax credit reduces the tax liability to zero, then the taxpayer is due a refund of a specific amount. One of the most popular refundable tax credit is the earned income tax credit. The EITC is for low to moderate tax income taxpayers who earn income through an employer by by working as a self-employed individual and meet certain criteria based on income and number of family members. The premium tax credit is also refundable. It helps individuals and family cover the cost of premiums for healthcare insurance purchase through the health insurance marketplace, right? Premium tax credit. So, say you get your own insurance, right? Now, partially refundable tax credits. Some tax credits are partially refundable. One example is the American Opportunity Tax Credit for post secondary education students. If a taxpayer reduces their liability to zero before the entire portion of the 2,500 tax deduction, the remainder may be taken as a refundable credit up to the lesser of the 40% of the remaining credit or $1,000. Then they talk about the child tax credit, and then it says the credit increased and credit increased and became fully refundable as part of the American Rescue Plan. So they was talking about that right there. Let's see, and they go down here and they talk about the 2021 American Rescue Plan changes and that what changed with the tax credits here. I won't read all of these. You can go through, and I'll drop the link in the back, and you can drop it and put a description on it. I don't want to go through all of these right now. You can see the examples here, right here, when we're talking about it. But I want you all just to be aware of what your options are. Right? I'm all about options. So I put this in the back chat. You all can continue to read that. So you got three different ways there, but tax credits is what you need to be looking at. You can go to the IRS and look up more, look up other different tax credits that are available to you. Right? Please look those things up, especially you all that are high earners on the W-2 side. Right? So I'm gonna get out of this speak screen mode here. Let's pull this back over to here. We talked about tax credits. We talked about DAF, donor advised funds. Now we're going to flip over and we're going to talk about rentals. We're going to talk about a little bit about real estate, not long because I want to get into some overemployment. All right. So the other way to reduce your tax bill is, again, simply flat out go buy some land, go buy a house, whatever the case may be. Do something. Do something. The reason why I'm telling you this is so that you don't get hit with a tax bill, right? Remember, our example is 45,000. Our example is 45,000. You met with a CPA this summer doing his slow season for a strategy session. Extremely well. Yeah, meeting with a CPA. Like I say, the now this is what I often find. A lot of CPAs, a lot of tax strategists only like to deal with you when you 1099. When you W-2, they be kind of flaky on that. They were like, well, there's really not much I can help you with, right? This is the W-2 high income earner talk. What do I consider high income? That's neither here nor there, because that would be a debate of a lifetime. Because then people will come back and argue with me and be like, Tameika, the average American only makes 40. Well, let me back up. The average Black American only makes 47,000. The average American makes 60,000. If you make 100,000, you are a higher earner. And Tamika, we don't even want to get it talking about that, because most people don't even make $100,000, and yada yada lot of skip the do diddy dop deep bop bop bop. I don't care nothing about that. I'm talking about where you're at. If you're at 300,000, because really, truth be told, at 150,000, go buy a house. Go buy a house, max out your 401k, max out your HSA. You good in the store. But when you get to 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 million, 2 million, it's a whole different ball game. And then maxing out your 401k and buy a house doesn't help. You got to buy some land, some houses, something, something in the opportunity zone, something. You need to go do something. Don't advise fund is probably the easiest right now, because it sits there and it grow tax free. It's probably the easiest, and it goes dollar for dollar, right? So real estate, the real estate portion, buy some land, in the opportunity zone, buy a building in the opportunity zone. Um, make sure you do your title and deed look up. Get with find somebody who can look up off market real estate for you. Look for someone who can help you uh, source deals. Another one that don't get talked about too. Let me do it from this way. Let's go here. Let's go to Crowd Street. Why? Because some of you like, I don't trust nobody. Only problem I have with Crowd Street is somebody in the audience might have reached $200,000 this year, and you was at $100,000 last year, and you may be single. The issue is with Crowd Street, they want you to be an accredited investor. Now, to be an accredited investor, there are multiple ways. I talked about this last week. I've talked about this over and over again. The issue with being an accredited investor, if you're just now reaching 200,000, is either you got to take the exam, the Series 65, the Series 63, 7, or 92. I believe the 92 is on there too. You would have to have a net worth of $1 million, or you participated in a group, say like a private equity group, and you understand the risk of your investment, or you are a part of, you created a fund, right? You created a fund, or you have earned that 200,000 for the last 2 years, and including the current year in which you're buying or looking to invest into the asset. So I just go ahead and call it 3 years. It's 2 years, but they also include the current year. So, right? So you're at that sweet spot of like, well, what do I do with this 200,000? I'm here now. I'm in a new tax bracket. I don't know where I should be investing in, and how do I do this? How do I reduce my tax bill? You can still buy a house, that'll help. You can still max out your 401k. You can still max out your HSA. You can still go do an investment into something, but what investment into what, right? Investment into what? So why do I like Crowd Street? For multiple reasons. This is not the only platform. I like Crowd Street from the standpoint of this. They're gonna vet you, right? But you also, and I should log in, you also get a chance to vet your own properties that you want to invest in. So remember when I was talking about investing in opportunity zones, you can come in here and find different deals that have that tax credit added value in, because you want to claim that on your taxes, right? You want to reduce your that taxable income that you're getting ready to get slapped with, right? You don't want to pay Uncle Sam the 20,000. You want to keep the 20,000, or make the 20,000 work for you, or that 40,000 work for you, or that 50, whatever the case may be, whatever that is. Hit up Crowd Street, hit up Fundrise, any of those things where you're doing investments at, where you can get a tax credit from, right? Tax credit, right? So this is just another way. Ground floor is another one. Arrived homes is another one. I'm just talking about different ways that you can reduce that down, right? So this is just another way. If you want to invest in a hotel that sits in an opportunity zone and you don't want to have to go out and source anything, I'm gonna log in because I want you to see what your options are, and then I want you to do your own due diligence of looking at looking at how to look at deals. I think we need to do like a private session, D, on how to look at deals, how to look at real estate deals. Um, Let me come in. I'm in now. All right. So when I say sourcing deals, I am not, and this is my own personal preference. I am not a fan of me giving you $50,000 and you holding it for 5 years. That's my personal preference. You have to figure out, and I tell you this over and over again, what is your risk tolerance? What is your risk tolerance? Figure out what your risk tolerance is. Those that don't know what I'm talking about, type in on, you can go to Investopedia, and you can look up risk tolerance test in investing. Wikipedia has one, but you need to do a tolerance assessment. You need to do your own risk tolerance assessment. Why? Because you need to know if you are ultra conservative. You need to know whether or not you're a risk taker and you just gonna be like, you know what, this 50, yeah, it's on the game. Yeah, I'm throwing it on the game. I got $50,000 on a spades game. Yeah, yeah. Airbnb is a good one. Short term, Peter investor. Short term. This game is beneficial, but first step is surpass the median average income and hit 150, 250. Yeah, right. So 50,000. Are you okay with giving into an investment of $50,000 for the next 5 years? Meaning you got your emergency fund set up. I know. Dave Ramsey talks $1,000. I'm not talking $1,000. I'm talking emergency fund where you got it set up for the next, I'm gonna say a year. I'm not gonna tell you 6 months. I'm gonna tell you a year. And here's why I chose a year. We see layoffs. We see people that are not just getting laid off, but they may not want to go back right away. Or it may take some time to find a job. Or something happens and you can't go back right away, right? I'm telling you, put money up for a year. Why? Flexibility. Say you want to take off, you get laid off, or say you put money up for a year and you want to just freaking sleep. Just sleep. They're like, I just want to sleep, work out, watch my little girl blow bubbles, like big boys say, right? Or you want to go back to school, or you want to go and do a training and you want to be immersed in the training where you're learning AWS or you're learning GCP or you're learning Linux or you're learning DevSecOps or you're prepping up to make a move into management or you go tour the motherfucking world. Right? I'm just telling you, they'll tell you a month, they'll tell you 6 months, I'm telling you a year. Put your money up. In order to put your money up, you got to make money to put it up. And you can't get all your money to Uncle Sam because you done made all this money. I'm showing you ways to make your money work for you and make your money do its thing. Suppose you had that DAF and suppose somebody got a nonprofit that's a travel agency and you were like, you know what, let me shoot you a little something for my travels, right? I'm just trying to show you how you can move, right? As long as they registered. As long as they registered. Why do you think so many nonprofits are worth billions? Right? Yep, the emergency fund is for leverage to do other things. Right? So if you got laid off, you just be like, you know what? That's all good. We straight. Right? Put it up for a year. Right? Don't fall into Dave Ramsey's baby step number one. You only put 1,000 away and you sitting over here, you get laid off, you got 1,000 away, but your car note 750, your rent 2,200, your life insurance payment 170. You got to pay out for glasses, you got to pay out for you got to go to the dentist or whatnot, right? Nobody talks about that. You got to take that test for AWS. It's $400. You got to take that test for Red Hat. That emergency fund, that $1,000 emergency fund is like tissue. It's like tissue, right? So what is your risk? Find out what your risk is. You making 500K, but that 500K got to work for you. You got to make that 500K work, right? I'm gonna be classless right now and say this, that you gotta work, you gotta make that 500K work like a prostitute. I'm sorry, it just gotta work for you. You gonna have to put her out there, male or female. She gonna have to work, baby, come here, baby, come here. You gonna have to work. I'm just being honest with you. Everybody else is gonna sugarcoat. Everybody else is gonna tell you something. I'm telling you, gonna have to make that. You got to make it work. Right? Petty T, whatever. I'm just telling you that money got to work. Right? So find out what your risk tolerance is. All right. So now let's go in here. I'm not going to look at the deal. I'm just going to show you how it works. Right? When we're talking about, when we're looking at CrowdStreet, and CrowdStreet is not the only one. There are others. Right? Yeah, if you laid off or become hospitalized with sickness or disabled, you will, 12-month emergency. Yeah. Put her on the track. She got to work. All right, so let's look at CrowdStreet, right? And I'm going to show you how I go in and look at it. And then you can go from there. All right, so when you're in here, they got different deal terms, and it's so small. That better? Yeah, that's better. So they got different deal terms in here. Whether you want to do a minimum investment of 10,000, 25,000. Again, when we're talking about real estate, it's very rare I see investments of 10,000. I normally see investments minimum 25, 50,000. 100,000 is when you're looking at multifamily homes. And then those deals may be 5 years, 10 years, mostly 5, right? So like I said before, some people are investing at a minimum just to even get into the deal is 100,000. right? A minimum to get into there. Anybody ever heard of the Well Group? D, I know you have. Y'all ever heard of the Well Group? I'll pull it up in a minute. Minimum hold period, 2 years, 2 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 years. Loan to cost and distribution period. Do you want to get paid monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, or annually? Remember, that's income is coming back to you. Now, those dividends are coming back to you. But remember, we just looked up tax credit, right? We just talked about tax credit. And we talked about non-refundable, refundable, right? So if that tax credit, if I invest into something that's in an opportunity zone, I'm investing into it. I'm getting that. I may get a distribution or whatnot, but it's coming from what an opportunity zone. And guess what? I got my DAF set up. So if y'all looking at me like this ain't where this is earned income, no problem. I'm gonna throw that in my DAF. We good. I got that money back. I'm gonna go throw it over here. I'm gonna let it sit there, right? So then let's come back down here. Let's pick something. Let's say you got a minimum 25. Oops. There we go. It was clicking. There we go. And I'm not a big fan of 0 or 2, but when I come on here, it's very rare I find 2 years, so I'll go 2 to 5. There we go. We'll leave that as is. All right, so now you'll see your stuff that's in it. So, um, 10 Gordon Drive, self storage. You see Miami Living. You see the minimum investment here is 25,000. 3 years. It's a multifamily property. We got storage property. 4 years for a targeted investment period. You come down here, you have an opportunistic, multifamily, and you got to go look up and make sure you understand what opportunistic is. A minimum of 25. You got 2 years, but they don't have an investment profile here. You want to look into that, right? But you can view the details of these. You can go in and look at the details of every last one of them. I'm showing you this so that you know how to go. And that's like I say, when I say we're gonna have to do a yeah. See, you gotta come up. You gotta show that you are an accredited investor. But they go through and they walk you through this. But then the reason why I want to have a conversation about this, so you know what targeted investor IRR is: targeted equity multiple, targeted average yield, targeted project IRR, targeted investment period. What does that mean for you? What does all this mean to you? Right? I want to do a private one, a private conversation on what all this means so that you can understand what it means to make an investment into something before you go make an investment and then you don't understand the why, how it works, anything. You don't do your research on the people who you didn't do your due diligence on who posted this. You didn't go back and look at everything they did. And then also you got to look at CrowdStreet for what they are too, right? How do they vet the people and let them post these deals, right? How do they vet people and let them post these deals? How do you go do your research on them? What's the background on that person? How long have they been doing this? Go visit the property you're investing in. You giving them $50,000 under your LLC, make you a plane trip and go look at the property. If you don't feel comfortable, go look at it. Use your money. It's your money, right? So, real estate, W-2, donor advised fund, tax credits, tax deductions, real estate, Airbnb short term, buy some land, buy a house, find something in the opportunity zone, hit the IRS up and find out what are tax credits that you can use. Don't rely on me. Don't rely on me. I'm just bringing you options. I'm telling you what I discovered, things I had to do. No one tells you this shit. You just be out here just doing things. Another one, when you buy a car, the sales tax. When you buy a car, sales tax. The EV car, tax credit. Sounds like I need a new car this year. Sounds like I need to go get me a Porsche Taycan. Even though I don't like it. I don't like it like that. That old fake turbo sound. It turn it on. Like you sound like a strong vacuum cleaner. I don't like it. Yeah, I talked about the layoffs early. We got a whole stream coming up. You said I'm tired but excited about everything I'm learning. Don't be tired. Don't be tired now. All right. All right. So let's get into our other stuff. I'm gonna go down the line and then we're gonna run into this stuff. Let's see. All right. Back up. I've been drowning you now. We're gonna get to some other stuff and then we're gonna come back around into overemployment. Yeah, another Porsche. Yeah, man, I know. But there is an electric what you call it, did come out with the electric car. Was it Ferrari? It came out with their electric car. Let me look. Did Ferrari come out with an electric car? Yeah. Yeah. Ferrari came out. It fully electric by 2025. There's somebody else that came out with an electric car. It might not have been Ferrari or somebody else. Somebody else came out. I know Jaguar got their electric car. The E-Pace. I know Porsche has theirs. Ford stopped doing Ford is back. Ford is doing their thing again. I don't really want a Tesla. I know everybody like Tesla, but I really don't want a Tesla. Let's see. I pulled this up. Fastest electric cars. Gotta have some speed there. Oh yeah, Lotus did come out with theirs. Let's see, what is this one? An owl. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. The e-tron. Audi e-tron. The Audi e-tron. I like them. They're expensive though. The Audi e-tron. That's the e-pace. There's the Porsche. That's the Lucid. Did Lucid Air, did they go bankrupt? I think they did. I can't remember. This in China right here. China gotta have a cool sports car. The Batista. We know what that is. We know what that is. The Rimac. I remember that. The Rivian. We know it. Porsche. Tesla. Oh, that's the Tesla. What's that? What's that called? That one's 200,000. I forget what that is. I forget what the name of it is. So those are my options. I need to go buy one. We looking for tax credits. This year is all about tax credits. I'm buying everything tax credit. If I get something new, it's gonna be because of tax credit. You're gonna be like, what you got? Some land. It's a tax credit. What you buy this time? A new car is a tax credit. What you finna do with that 30,000 donor advised fund? What? Everything is a tax credit. You're gonna be like, well, Tameika, you don't no, it's not a tax credit. Tameika, you want to go to this concert? It's not a tax credit. That need to be on 1099. That's a business trip. If I'm gonna see Beyonce, Usher, and all of them, that's a business trip. Everything, everything getting written off. I'm I'm writing off everything. Earrings, nails, chicken wings. I'm writing it all off. Everything getting written off. Everything. All right. So the U.S. housing, and this was March 16th. I was supposed to report on it last week. U.S. housing starts rise by 9.8% in February, led to a surge in apartment construction. So there was a video I was watching. I watch Bigger Pockets because the guy that's on there is actually a data engineer, and he goes and he sources. That's EAP for massages. He goes and sources. He uses data and sources like what's happening currently. All right. So there is, and we saw this last week. You geriatric millennials, you old geriatric millennials. We know y'all don't want to buy houses. Cost too much. You're moving back home, or or you're staying in an apartment, right? Cost of living is too high. You're looking for cheap places to live. A lot of people have moved overseas. Passport bros, hoes, and peoples. Family, friends, the whole nine. All y'all. Right? We get it. However, there's still a shortage of houses. Now, let's flip that. The shortage of houses pushes incentives in cities for people to come in and build. So on your business side, 1099 business, 1099 business. On your business side, look for cities that are looking for more housing, not apartments, housing. We're still 6.5 million short in terms of houses. Zoning just changed in St. Pete. Zoning is changing in other cities. Zoning is changing in Jacksonville. How do I keep up with this? I read everything, right? I read everything. So let me pull some things up because we're talking about housing. Now, here's another thing. We talked about tax credits, opportunity zones. We'll also talk about incentives from the cities. What are they looking for? We know Tampa, we know Jacksonville, we know Miami. You best believe that Naples and Fort Myers is trying to rebuild. You don't think they got tax credits and tax incentives down there? There are no ramifications. What I'm saying is 1099, building over there, LLC, whatever the case may be, whatever, however you form that, a fund, a syndication, whatever the case may be, private equity firm, whatever you choose to do. What I'm simply saying now is you need to be looking for places for that have incentives and they want people to come in and build. Because now we're talking about generating income, right? We're talking about generating income, right? So how can you get your money that you made over here W-2 working over here with your 1099 money, right? Now, mm, talk to a CPA about this, talk to a tax strategist about this. I'm just thinking out loud. What if you did have a for-profit company that has a nonprofit arm and you donate from your W-2 to this nonprofit over here that works with this for-profit that goes and build. Talk entity to entity. Go talk to a lawyer. Go talk to a lawyer. All I'm simply saying is nothing wrong with that nonprofit buying property. Churches do it all the time. Churches buy profits. Churches buy property all the time, right? So look at what's going on. Well, you don't have to entertain a bidding war because you're building houses, Tracy. You are the builder. You are the builder now. You're doing new development. You're doing new development. So there's no bidding war when you're in the when you're doing the development because you're gonna buy the land, right? You're buying the land. Let me get logged in here. And these strategies that I'm talking about, you can do them at any income level, but it really makes a difference when you're a high income earner and you're trying to find out ways to get rid of that tax bill. All right, St. Pete approves zoning change to increase housing supply. So what did you hear when I said that? When I said St. Pete approves zoning change to increase housing supply, St. Pete, Tampa been the number one place for people where people are moving to for the last 1 to 2 years, and is one of the hottest housing markets. What when I say that, what do you hear? Do you hear more buildings? Hmm. I hear I need to buy some land and build some houses. I hear investment opportunity. That's what I hear, right? And this is not the only place, but I just wanted to point this out. All right. St. Petersburg has approved a zoning change that will allow for more residential units to be added to the nearly 3,000 parcels in the city. 3,000 parcels in the city. The city council voted Thursday 7-1, right? To allow owners of single family homes to add more units to their property. Hmm. Hmm. The change allows for supporters called the missing middle housing. We talked about that, the missing middle. We talked about the missing middle housing. That's a thing. That is a thing. Such as duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. Councilman Ed, I guess Montanari, cast the sole dissenting vote. Ed, get out of here. Looks like money, Natasha. Looks like money. Blow it up. All right. The vote is a small step to combating the city's ongoing housing crisis. The housing supply at St. Pete has not kept up with demand and the costs have skyrocketed. In 2017, the city began discussing ways to start increasing in density. Dozens of public speakers showed up both for and against the proposed change. Many residents supported allowing gentle density in neighborhoods, while others voiced concerns about parking, traffic, and solid waste collection. Right? The city development administrator, James Corbett, said the city is growing exponentially. And while the city leaders cannot create more land, and this is the one thing about the United States, we're not getting more land. We're not getting more land. Buy the land. Buy the land. And I'll bring up some people that I've been following for years now, so you can understand where we come from. And don't forget to hit the like button, man. I'm telling you how to move. I hope you take notes. I don't care if you don't do but one damn thing today. hit the like button. I'm just playing. I don't care if you do one thing today, it's gonna buy the land. I don't care if you don't do anything, whatever. Go do things that you need to do. I'm telling you how to maneuver out here. Utilize the structures that the way they are. Right? Oh, they passed the new law. Oh, it ain't to keep black people out. It's just I need to adjust. Let me go. Let me make the adjustment. Let me go talk to who I need to talk to. Let me go make that adjustment. This just is what it is, right? You just got to be smart with the game. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Richard Thornton. All right. So the city is growing exponentially. City leaders cannot create more land. They can take steps to allow for more equitable development and housing. The change opens the door to more variety, allowing for a mix of homeowners, including family renters and multi generational holders. Mac Feldman, a member of the YIMBY St. Pete, member of YIMBY St. Pete and vice president of Feldman Equities, told Tampa Bay Business Journal the city must weigh the vague and I guess paratrical preferences of incumbent homeowners against the concrete and the acute effects of housing crisis. A third of Pinellas families spend more than 40% on housing. You spend more than 40%. You're not supposed to spend 40% on your housing. You're supposed to spend what, 10%? Is it 10% of your income on housing? So again, you start to see the effects of owning a home versus renting. You start to see the effects of not keeping your skill sets up so you can get into companies that are still increasing in terms of money for your cost of living as well, and as well do you start to see the effects of being able to hold on to the house once you get it. Once you get the house, you need to hold on to it. Once you get the house, you need to keep the property up. Once you get the house, you need to keep the maintenance up. Once you get the house, you need to make sure your neighbors keep their property up. Right? What's going on, Alpha Cybersecurity? Right? Yeah, up to 25%. That's what I thought. All right. So the missing middle is a missing middle housing is a key step towards solving the crisis of St. Pete. The new zoning NTM-1. Now NT-1 allowed you to have a house and an ADU in the back. The average rental for a home in St. Pete can, I think, section 8 period is 2,500. You'll probably find the average rental around about $3,000. Then you'll go back and that ADU is up to 785 square feet. That's usually like a 1 bedroom, but I don't know why you can't chop it up into micro units, as they call, and micro units are anywhere. I think they're 250 or 275. So I don't know why you couldn't get 2 bedrooms off that 785 square feet. Now you got 2 bedrooms off of that 785 square feet. You could charge anywhere from 1,000 to about 1,500, depending on the amenities, depending on location. So now on one property, you may be making, say, 3,000. Let's go and put 15 and 15. So you could make about, I know some people that make 8,000 off of one property, off a 3,000 square foot home. They have chopped them up into 8 bedroom houses. I mean, 8 bedroom houses, 8 bedroom bedroom, one bath, little units, and they're making $1,000 off of each one. So that's $8,000 off of one property. They got about 6 or 7 of those. It's $1,000 a room on one house. And you will argue with me about 47,000. Stop doing that. We too broke to argue. It's money to be made out here. I'm trying to show you the tax codes. I'm trying to show you the tax credits. I'm trying to get your W-2 income to work for you. Granville, we're not living in a semi. That ain't what we doing. But we can't have this money work. We can't have this money work. You can be W-2. You can earn money 1099 on as your own individual. You can't have that money go into a DAF. You can put that, you can go buy an EV car, tax credits. That's what you want. Buying opportunity zones. Circulate money through other nonprofits, other charities that you know that this minority, this black person, whatever it is, go over there and start doing something. Right? Stop sitting on the sidelines waiting for somebody to come save you. Ain't nobody coming to save you. You need to get these skills up. You need to be out here. I was just looking at Cody Sanchez with the guy that was homeless, and I think he had like $15,000 or something like that. I got to go back and look at his story, but he went out and now has like 130 rentals, and his first love was laundromats, and he went and bought laundromats, and on the laundromats he started take his net profit every month on the laundromat is $4,000. You know how many laundromats you can go out there and buy? Get a group of people that go out and buy just laundromats. Create a fund, go buy a laundry. Do a syndication. I don't care. Do something. But stop sitting on the sidelines waiting. I'm showing you how you can get the jobs for $200,000. I'm telling you how to get the skills for $200,000 and then above. The people that got laid off, I'm sorry for them, but listen, they gotta get in the game like everybody else. We back at it. You're a forever learner. And if you're not a forever learner, you're a forever teacher. Pick a struggle. What you gonna do? It's just what it is. Right? So let's get back to it. I don't want to hear nobody talking about, I don't know how to make the money. I showed you how to make the money. I tell you how to make the money. I had a meetups every Wednesday to show you how to make the money. I bring people on to show you where the money is at, where the jobs is at. And y'all would still complain. You would still sit on Beyonce's, Obama's internet and complain. So my motto is this. If somebody come to you and they say, it's only a small percentage of people, like 8% of the people that make $100,000. It's only a small percentage. What are you talking about? It's only a small percentage of people that do that. You know, it's something small. You're asking for people to do. I'm asking you to motherfucking do something. That's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to get in the game. I'm not only asking you, I'm showing you how. Stop saying it's a small percentage of people. How do we change that? It's only a small percentage to me. Like, it's just really like being really unrealistic here. Like, oh my God. The United States has the most millionaires in the world. Well, so still only a small percentage of those people, Tameika, that are millionaires. Still only a small percentage of them, and 72% of them are white, and it takes 32 years for the average person to get to be a millionaire. It takes 32 years. Okay, well, how can we cut that in half? Then that's when everybody goes silent. It's when everybody goes silent. Because when you talk about cutting in half, then everybody, it's only a small percentage. I even brought up the stats on where the most millionaires are at. The cities in which the millionaires are living in. San Francisco, Houston, right? New York, Florida. I'm not asking you to be a billionaire. I am asking you to motherfucking be a millionaire. That's what I want. What are you going to retire with? retire with. I bring up stats all the time. We saw that 72-year-old woman who retired and she was homeless. Yeah, the easiest way is through real estate. But in order to get into real estate, you gotta work. You need to have some money. You need to have some connections. I'm not saying it's hard, but shit, goddamn, you don't want to do nothing. 54% of Americans can't read or pass the sixth grade. Then you wonder why the birthing rates are low. Shit, hell, you probably can't even read goddamn how to rip the condom package open. Shit. Then y'all want to get over here and then you want to talk about all this other crap that don't make sense. If it ain't talking about tax credits, don't call me. If it ain't talking about money, don't call me. I got people now that ask me like, why you talk about money all the time? Because I want to provide options. I want options. I want to have the options to do something else. I want to have options to do something. If it ain't about options, don't call me. I don't want it. I want to be able to land my plane in the backyard. I want my house on with its own private landing strip in the backyard where we can go fly off. I'm like, this week we going to Vegas. Call it. And look, I ain't got to fly. I pay for the pilot, but then I can also get my pilot license. I want options. I want options. I want you to have options. I want you to live life. I want you to be like, Tam, I'm coming in town. Okay, cool. Here are the coordinates. Land your plane here. You pull up. You fly up. The pull up is the fly up. We got the house on the water. You pull up with your yacht. You come do your thing. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with living that dream? Why we always gotta struggle? Why we gotta have dirty water in Jackson? Yeah. I fly a plane, my options will go on. Yeah. Get a pilot. That's fine. You ain't got to build the engineering cannabis. I already got the house picked out with the landing strip in the back. It's just waiting for me. I'm on my way. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm Elizabeth. I'm coming, honey. I'm coming. I'm coming to meet you, honey. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'll get you. Pull up. Where y'all at? Girl on the plane? We'll be there in a minute. Oh, what? You on the plane? Yeah, I'm calling you from the plane. Let me ask the pilot what time we gonna land. Why we can't have them conversations? Why we gotta argue? I don't want to hear nothing else about nobody eyelashes. I don't care nothing about nobody weave. I don't care nobody about nobody hair. I don't care nothing about nobody fake beards. I don't care nothing about that. You done got your BBL taken out. I don't care nothing about Sierra and her dress. I don't care nothing about that. I ain't married to her. She got a man. He was standing right there next to her. He looked at her booty before he left. He saw her booty and her titties before they left that house. He knew what was up. Care nothing about that shit. Zoning NTM-1. Right? So it says is thoughtful about neighborhood character and parking concerns while providing attainable housing for our teachers, first responders, and nurses. If a homeowner wanted to take advantage of this new zoning, they would still have to comply with the city design standards. Those in coastal high hazard area do not qualify. Qualifying lots need to be within 175 feet of the main thoroughfares and have direct access to a public alley. After hearing feedback from the community, the city would add the following requirements. There can be no less than one parking space per unit. For three or more units, an alley shall be paved to the nearest roadway. For three or more units, there will need to be reserved. There will be a reserved area for garbage. And they talk about it, and they said when the city expanded regulations for accessory dwelling use (ADU) last fall, it allowed 47 neighborhoods throughout the city to now qualify. There has been a steady uptick in applications since, but not a wave of requests. Right. So this is just one way different cities are doing things. Right. To bring down that 6.5 million. I'm just showing you how and where to invest, right? How and where to invest. So let me go to YouTube and let's bring up Bigger Pockets because I want you to do your own research. I want you to listen to these podcasts. Don't take my word for it. You go listen because you may pull out and extract different information. But I want you to have the information. All right. So the guy that I followed. Now this one was a good one. And this is what I like about Bigger Pockets too. A lot of us are tech entrepreneurs per se. We're techies and entrepreneurs. Techpreneurs, I guess you want to say, if you want to combine them. But those people, I'm included in that. I don't mean to say those people. Come on Bigger Pockets and they talk about how they take their money in tech and invest it. Right? So it's good to hear how other people are doing things and what they do. There's the guy that I watched. Was he on a live? Let me look. I may have to go through my things and look. It's this guy right here. He's the data engineer. This guy right here. I like his content. I like his content because he go use the facts. He does the data mining, the data engineering, and pull and then show the results based upon that. And he creates the reports. Right? So that's why I like him. But let me look up and show you who I was watching. Why I was really adamant about um, tax strategies this morning and W-2 strategies. My one for my own personal education, and then two, something that you should be aware of. Um, let me see. I'm scrolling through my stuff that I watched. I watched a lot of videos to make sure I can give you the real. Let me. Is it this guy? Let me pause it and come through here. Yeah, it's this one. All right. So this guy right here. You can't hear him right now, but this one right here. Smart tax moves for high income earners. Right? Yeah, you take it, Jason. That's fine. Right? So this guy here, he was talking about reducing your tax bill. And he's a tax strategist basically, but he talks about there are opportunities to mitigate your taxes. And let me pull up the time steps, make them bigger for you. Uh, right here, state and local tax. The opportunities to mitigate your taxes. A tax strategy is an annual thing. It's an ongoing lifestyle. That's why I say you ain't talking about tax credits. You ain't talking about reducing my tax bill. I don't want to talk about it, right? And then he talks about from 380,000 to 92,000 liabilities, and he talks about people who really come in at 500,000 and up, right? But I'm telling you from the 200 to 500 things that you can do. 500 to and up, different things you can do. And he talked about W2 as well too. And then they got a real estate boot camp coming up in Dallas. And then he talked about basically what his book right here, Build Your Own Economy, Your Guide to True Independence and Freedom. Everybody knows about real estate, but your tax strategies in real estate and whatever the case may be, right? So I'm just giving you just different things to look at right here. What is asset protection? Shit, what is assets? What are assets? I pulled that up for y'all. I showed you what are assets, right? So this is just a different one. I'll give you this. You can go look at it. I looked at it already. D can post this for you all about tax strategies and so forth, right? All right. What else did I do? What else did I look up that I want to bring to you that I'm not gonna have a chance to review today? I would love to review it with you, but I'm just not gonna have time. Um, I went over DAF, but if you just type DAF in on YouTube, donor advised funds, they'll go through it with you. I went directly to Fidelity so you can look at it from Fidelity aspect, but Charles Schwab has them too. So you don't have to rely on them. And then go talk to a CPA, talk to someone to so you can find out what your strategies can be, right? All right. So enough about the housing. So we know there's a shortage. I go to bigger pockets. They tell you the cities that have a shortage. All right. So let me see. Let's talk about these guys. The Black-owned platform is upskilling laid off tech workers through community. All right. So a Black-owned startup called Equipped, or I guess you can say Equipped T or Equipped. Let's see, it's a small, looks a little small. There you go. Is using the power of community to help tech workers bounce back from layoffs. In 22, or I said Olajid, or I guess Jide or Jid, a son, and Hubert, I guess, Dagbo, co-founded Equipped as a talent marketplace for using upskilling events to connect job seekers with potential employers. After their first meeting at Lay University in 2008, Dagbo and Osan found mentors who used their skills and networks to find career opportunities in finance and tech, respectively. The pair reconnected back in C19 pandemic and launched Equip using technology to replicate the path they followed years prior, shifting the focus to layoffs. But in late 2022, that's the title. But in late 2022, Equip shifted its focus in light of mass layoffs sweeping throughout the industry. We recognize our community had a different challenge. What is our challenge? Other YouTube channels that is helpful for tax strategy. Yeah, Matt Saran and Cola. Yep. Right. What are challenges that are facing minorities? I can tell you, not listening, not reading, and not wanting to take the time to upskill. But those are my personal thoughts. What challenges are you facing? Are you not sure which direction to go in? Are you not sure what to do? What's the challenges? What are the challenges? I'll read them off. I'm gonna keep reading, but I'll read them off. Right? And a large amount of our community wanted help. As a result, the pair launched Equip for Success initiative to allow companies to connect with talent in live 1 hour skill shops. Members of the growing community can take advantage of upskilling opportunities through webinars, resume reviews, and other career development opportunities. Sound like women in Linux to me. All right. They come for community and mental health along with technical skills. Anybody that's been on our Wednesday night shows, you already know what's happening. You already know how much information I put out. Jobs, my own personal job growth, right? Osan told technically that his own job hunting experience shaped the development of the platform. He had been a CTO of Philly-based startup SquareNot when it dissolved in 2018. As a result, he spent a year job hunting before finally deciding to open up his dev shop. I remember sort of arrogantly applying for Facebook without studying. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't tell nobody to do that. Study up first, study everything. And I bombed the interview on a really stupid question. It was nerves, Asan explained. It was kind of a little scary learning how to interview, how to sell myself as a developer. You are a business, you are the solution, right? I wanted to sit in code during that time, maybe a year. It was pretty intense, and that was when I learned the importance of networking. You don't say. In 2021, Dagbo and Osam received $120,000 as part of Techstar Chicago and have partnered with Capital One, LinkedIn, Accenture, Nike, Google. Equip will also be offering its platform in Queensborough County College and Code Up Bootcamp. The startup is currently fundraising to further develop its platform as well as a mobile app. All right. So you can go check them out. Black owned. All right. Controversy time. Almost time for petty tea. High income black mothers have their newborns, and their newborns have worse health outcomes than their less wealthy peers. Why did I bring that up? Why? We saw the same thing with other celebrities and high income. But I brought it up for a reason, right? I brought this up for a reason. Goes back to having that emergency fund, that 1 year emergency fund. And that 1 year emergency fund could be beneficial for you, especially those that are mothers, those that are want to be mothers, those that are married and have kids or want to have kids. That's important. This is where this comes into play. D can drop the link to the meetup. Um, but let's talk about it. Medical resources don't trickle down to all families, according to the new working paper. Even the highest income black mothers and their newborns experience worse infant and maternal mortality rates than their lower income white counterparts. So you high income earners, no one cares as women, no one cares about your pregnancy. I brought this up for a reason. So that time that you have to take off and heal yourself, the time that you have to take off and have a friend come over, the time that you have to take off, these are another thing that don't get talked about. They don't get talked about. The other thing that doesn't get talked about is what jobs have the best insurance and the best medical care for you that do want to have kids, or for you that are ill. What if you already have a sickness and you're looking for a job? That's another conversation that we need to talk about. How do you protect yourself? How do you protect yourself while you're looking for a job? How do you protect yourself once you get the job? These are things you need to be looking at. This is for men and women. When men, you all are dying, black men, y'all dying before you 60. Really, you're dying before you're 56. Not taking care of yourselves, not eating right, too much stress. Let me tell you something about stress. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice, right? Yep, they do have a bias, but stress is a choice. You got to learn how to control that. You got to learn how to breathe. You got to learn how to relax. You got to learn how to take things in stride. You have to learn how to delegate. Finding people to help delegate. Finding things to ease the workload. If you know you're not good at cooking, don't stress yourself out about that. Practice makes it better, but if you know that's just not your passion, there are other options, right? If you know you're not good at driving, don't move to a city where you gotta drive. Like, move to a location where you don't have to drive. Just one of them things, right? If you know you're not good at something, there's a service out there for you. It's gonna cost you. You gotta pay for it. So you need to know you need to make money or you need to budget for it. If you know you're not good at washing clothes and folding them, there's a laundry service for you. If you know you're not good at cleaning your house or your apartment, hire a maid service. You got options. Stop stressing yourself about things. In order to do that, you're gonna have to make some money because you gotta pay the people. They ain't gonna come over there and look at you talking about, look, my husband said he loved me, he was gonna get the money to me, and so I know I owe you, but can you just wait? Can you just wait a few and I get it to you? She gonna be like, love don't pay no bills. Convenience costs, right? Lifestyle changes. We gotta talk about lifestyle changes, right? Y'all are men. I'm strictly speaking of black men. Don't be offended when I say this. Y'all going out. We just saw the dude from The Wire. He died at 60. These are y'all are young. And don't tell me because y'all are the head of the household and you're putting everything on your back and you're trying to take care of your family. Don't kill yourself. Didn't nobody say when you get married, I want to make sure you kill yourself. I want to make sure you die before I do. I ain't never met a wife that said that. I ain't never met a woman that said, I'm gonna get married. I know he gonna die before me, so I'm gonna let him go out there and work till he die. Girl, if he die at 50, that's on him. I ain't never met a woman that said that. Stop choosing that life. And I'm not telling you to go 50-50. I'm telling you, go to the doctor. I'm telling you to communicate. Let me tell this is a true story. I went to prom with a guy, um, my 11th grade prom. He was an Army Ranger. He was he did combat. Went to the Citadel, joined Special Forces, everything. Traveled the world, came back, started his own truck driving business, or was trying to get started, or whatever the case may be. Long story short, the story goes, he drove from Miami, Florida to North Carolina. He called his mom. He's like, Mom, I ain't feeling good, but I'm gonna go ahead and get this load up here. And then I'm gonna rest when I get to North Carolina. She was like, she was like, what's wrong with you? If you ain't feeling good, you need to pull over. You need to go ahead and relax. You need to go to the doctor. You need to do X, Y, and Z. He was like, yeah. And I hear this from a lot of men. Doctor, what the doctor? I ain't doing that. Right. Long story short, pulls into the truck stop, North Carolina, called 911. He already had a double heart attack. Before they got there, he died. 42. Another high school friend. We graduated from high school, maybe about three, I don't know, maybe about 4 or 5 years later. He was in his 20s, died. I don't even think he was 27. Died. Another friend he died in his 30s. Right? I got a couple other friends died in their 20s. Couple of friends. They ain't even went, they didn't make it to 45. Right? You are dying. Something is happening. Something is wrong. And I'm not telling you to fix it by yourself, but I'm telling you to get help. I'm telling you, you need to be aware of these things. You need to have conversations. Right? Prostate cancer. Right? Some people are got different types of cancers, haven't been diagnosed. I had a friend of mine, he was out there running, doing his thing, dippy the dot, do this, that, and other. He kept complaining about pain, kept complaining about pain, kept complaining about pain. Finally went into the doctor. The doctor was like where your pain at? Or what symptoms are you having? When it checked him, checked his neck, took him right on into the hospital. Why? Because he had stage 3 cancer. You good? Call your family. You getting surgery right now. We got to remove that right now. And y'all think it's a game out here. You think I'm lying to you by telling you about making your money. I'm telling you to make the money and take care of yourself, and also be able to communicate. Be able to communicate your pain. Don't be walking around here and your ball set this big. Nah, something wrong. Your ball sack is over here looking like two baby cantaloupes. That ain't no oversized. That's something wrong. Go get that checked out. And you don't think we notice it as women? We notice your oversized balls as me. We know that. We see that. Like, no, that baby, something wrong. Baby, what's going on? Why your balls so big? What is going on? Why they the size of the cantaloupes? This is not normal. I'm just telling you. Go get that fixed. Go get that checked out. Got heart pain? Get it checked out. I'm serious. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm just being serious. Like sometimes you just need to recognize things. Did y'all? I showed you. Did I pull it up? We should look at that. Where the guy said he hadn't washed his he had extra skin and he hadn't washed his penis in 24 years. Some of y'all nasty. I don't know how you walk around and don't wash your penis for 24 years. And you out here talking about you want a woman of substance, a woman of value, you want her and fit and submissive. How about you not be funky? I'm just saying. Did y'all see that? He was a black dude. He hadn't watched this thing in 24 years. Now, here's an example of one I'm talking about right here. This is an example of what I see when I'm searching the internet and I'm looking at stuff and I'm like, hey, how does this happen? Who raised you? How does that? Who raised you? Look at this. This is not no
Sometimes
male
I take a
back
shower. I don't
today.
wash my feet. I just
What?
yeah. I don't wash my feet. I just let the water run on it. So that's probably why my feet lengthen.
I'm not surprised that Brandon doesn't wash his feet. It explains a lot.
The smell is horrible.
Brandon's toenail smells like death.
Like dead fish.
You have to take care of yourself. It's disgusting. So today,
Why does someone have to tell you this? Women, we ain't no better, but I'm just pointing out some things here today. You make this money and then you don't take care of yourself. You make this money and then your feet smell like death. Why? 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 Then you want to come over and tootsie roll in my bed with your funky feet? No. No. What is that? Because I smell everything. What is that? What is that? Why you don't see him no? Because he stank. I don't see him no more because he stank. I don't know why he stank. And then y'all be like, you got to have sympathy and compassion for him. But if you 30, 40, 50 years old and you funky, and you want me to tell you that you funky, and then I got to have compassion for you, I'm sorry. I'm not her. I'm not her. I'm just not. I'm not her. Especially if we just going out and then we move into the intimate space, because you may not smell it the first, couple of times you're around the person and y'all move into this intimate space and they come over and you be like, no shoes in the house. I got little slippers for you and stuff like that. I got your size and your color. You coming over, we gonna have a nice little meal or something like that. And he take his shoes off and you be like, sir, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. That's a fungus, sir. Sir. I'm just saying. Me and y'all the same way. A woman come over and y'all getting ready to do, and you kiss her and her breath smell like just a hot fresh shit coming off. You just gonna be like, nah. I'm just saying, we gotta be real with each other. See, that's the difference though. That's the difference though, right there, engineering cannabis. You say love is telling your partner, we not in love yet. We just doing the do. We just getting to know it. That ain't no love. That's hygiene. We not in the love phase yet. We in the still like taking it to the next level, possibly being exclusive. Well, we might be exclusive and we just ain't did it yet. And then that person come over and they take their shoes off and you like, you know how you do. I know how I do. I be like, what is? You smell that? And y'all, some of y'all know y'all smell that shit. You know it's you, and you'll be like, I don't smell that. Yes, you do. You know it's you. You know you out here smelling like fish been sitting in the sun for 10 days. You know it's you. Florida heat. Let's go.
I'm seeing my patient. His name is Brandon. And looking at this picture, it looks like the toenail fungus is from root to tip. It's not looking like there's any light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to a new healthy growing nail. I usually start off with the more conservative options, but I might have to take out his whole entire toenail.
Here we go.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Great.
Going good.
So tell me what's going on.
I have like 3 dead toenails.
Okay.
And then I got like dead white skin between my toes that itch real bad.
Really bad. And this has been going on for a number of years.
As soon as I started playing football in middle school.
Okay.
So middle school, and it got worse in high school.
Okay.
So he didn't tell his mama and daddy. He had this conversation with his family. He ain't talked to nobody. He ain't talked to his uncle. He ain't talked to no kids. He ain't talked to no coach. See, that's what I be talking about. This right here, this is what I'm talking about. Communication, having a conversation. It's uncomfortable, but I'd rather for you to be having the uncomfortable communication and have the solution. Yeah, some of y'all arms be out here flaring up like a solar flare off the goddamn sun. Hermes had throw him away. I'm just pointing out stuff. I'm pointing out. I told you it could be a little petty. I'm just pointing out stuff. I'm talking about, okay, let's look at it from this perspective. Let's flip this. Let's say they had to amputate his toe and y'all don't have no money, or he don't have no insurance, or you and God forbid that they not married, right? And they don't have no insurance, right? It's just certain things that we gotta be comfortable with talking about. When y'all out here dating each other, have these conversations. Have these conversations. Like, yo, do you wash? Yes, yes. What do you use when you wash? You cannot use a loofah the whole damn time to wash between, and I'm finna be raunchy, the crack of your ass. You cannot use a loofah to wash between the crack of your ass. I'm just being honest with you. I just don't see how you're doing it. You need to wash. Proper hygiene. That's a conversation that needs to be had. Dirt under your nails, right? You got to have these conversations. Why are we not having these? Why can't we have these conversations, right? Can we talk about money? Why can't we have that conversation? Can we talk about growth? Why can't we talk about buying a plane? Why can't we talk about buying a yacht? Why can't we talk about buying the multi units? Why we can't talk about having a quadplex? Why we can't talk about having multifamily real estate? Why we can't talk about our nonprofit that's buying real estate? Why we can't talk about personal hygiene? Why can't we talk about that? I want to talk about that. Proper way to wipe. What are we looking at? Why we need to have these conversations? What deodorants and soap should you not use? Should you be natural? Should you not be natural? What all these different things. Wearing socks, not wearing socks. Washing your legs in the shower. Wash your legs. Right? Conversations, right? We can have those conversations. Best grooming yourself, right? Understanding about grooming yourself. You should be able to have that conversation with your friends. You should be able to have that conversation with your partners. If they're your friends, you should be able to have that conversation. You got to have that conversation. And you have to be able to be comfortable to have that conversation, right? There's nothing wrong with these conversations. There's nothing wrong with wanting better for yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting better for your friends, the people that are around you. I want better for everybody. Everybody who know me, I'm always trying to get you to the next spot. I'm always trying to get you to the next place. I don't like junk in my car. I don't even like stuff piling up in the car. I'd be like, this dirty. Why this car look like this? No. I'm looking at your car. If you're a man, I'm looking at your car. Trust me, I'm looking at if you come pick me up and it's dirty, I'm looking at it. Outside and inside. I'm looking at it. Why? Because I don't keep dirt on my car and in my car like that. I'm a stickler for that. I look at my car and be like, "Ooh, that thing dirty. That need to get washed. Why that look like that? That car can't look like that. I don't care how much you pay for that car. Ladies, I don't care how much you pay for your car. Especially, they like to talk about y'all women that drive Altimas. Don't be having pizza boxes, old Popeyes chicken boxes, old bonnets sitting in the back. Clean your car out. Ladies, clean your car out. Clean your dashboard. Wipe it. Don't let a pile of dust sit up on your dashboard. Clean your dashboard. Clean your steering wheel. You know how many germs on your steering wheel? Clean your steering wheel. Clean your possessions. Keep them clean. Keep your car clean. Keep your shoes clean. Don't keep tracking dirt in and out of your car. Get your mats washed. Keep your little vacuum cleaner in the car. If you're going to eat in the car, clean it out. You got french fries under the seat, french fries in between the seat, greasy steering wheel. You go to touch the screen, it's greasy. That's nasty to me. It's nasty. I'm a stickler. I clean everything. When it comes to my car, I'm like, oh, that's dirty. It could not have been driven anywhere and just been sitting in the driveway for 2 weeks. It's dirty. Pollen, shit flying everywhere. It's just dusty. Clean it. Another thing, be careful where you park your cars and stuff like that. Men and women. Rodents get in there. New York got a big problem with rats. Rats living in cars. Roaches get in your car. Spiders get in your car. Close your vents. Spray peppermint spray around your car. So, Robert Anderson, I have never had to tell a woman that, but I had to tell a woman that. Let me say it from that perspective. This is back in the day. A guy friend of mine, he invited a young lady over. They chilling, they doing their thing. And they was like, hey, y'all come on over. We about to cook something, or we about to eat or whatnot. And some of y'all get a little freaky about before people come over. I got to the house and I'm like, what is that smell? It was her. They had just finished having sex and it was her. And I was like, I said, I don't think you're healthy. I think something's going on. I think you need to get that fixed. And he was like, what? I was like, did you tell her? He was like, no. I said, you just keep hitting it? Like, I just don't understand. Like, some of y'all don't understand. Like, something wrong. That's not how it's supposed to smell. Personal hygiene. If you don't know anything about personal hygiene, talk to a doctor. And I'm really being serious about this because some of y'all walk around here and you really don't know. And nobody has never told you. Yeah, the pH is off. Get that fixed. Right? Get that fixed. All right. My mad rant is over. Let's get back to him and his wicked toe smell.
Athletes, you wear closed-toed shoes all the time and you're constantly putting pressure, damaging your nail beds, and like moisture gets locked underneath it. It's a perfect environment for fungus to grow.
And how do you feel about his feet? Your face says a lot.
They look like they're dying.
So did you ever have it addressed? Like you wanted to go to the doctor? Did anybody take you to the doctor?
I just dealt with it.
Well, you don't have to get used to that. We can figure out something. Let's go ahead. We'll see your feet and we'll figure out what I can do, okay?
Hold your nose.
Oh, that's kind of, there you go. When you look in between the toes, it's very moist, very macerated. Smells a little bad, like a community pool. Have that pungent chlorine smell with mold added to it. That's kind of what it smells like. I do see the large fungal toenail, just big, thick, lots of debris underneath, hard as a rock, just really struggling with some bad fungus.
Why do the toenails grow so thick?
So it's actually the fungus that's growing underneath it. This is growing all the way towards the root.
Yeah.
Have all this going on underneath here is pretty bad too, underneath in between the toes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just here to report things. That's it. Just here to report things. Scrape it off. I don't know if you can scrape that off. Did you see that? You can't scrape that. Let's rewind that. You can't scrape that.
when you look in between the toes, it's very moist, very macerated. Smells a little bad, like a community pool. Have that pungent chlorine smell with mold added to it. That's kind of what it smells like. I do see a large fungal toenail, just big, thick, lots of debris underneath, hard as a rock, just really struggling with some bad, bad fungus.
Why do the toenails grow so thick?
So it's actually the fungus that's growing underneath it. This is growing all the way towards the root.
Yeah.
Have all this going on underneath here is pretty bad too, underneath in between the toes.
Mhm.
So that's just one, right? I want you all to get your health care in order. You can have all this money and die. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Take care of yourselves. Ladies and gents, men, talk to each other, please. You're dying. You are. Other health concerns. Your teeth. Clean your teeth. Get your teeth clean. Floss. Get a water pick. Hell, invest in a water pick company. All right? Invest in a water pick company. All right. What else we got up here? All right. Should we talk about overemployment, D, or should we do overemployment on tech on the Howie Linux? All right. I only do maybe one or two petty T's and we'll be out of here. I'll do one or two petty T's and we're out of here. I say this for the second show. Let me pull up petty T stuff. Let me pull it up. Did I do that one last week? I think I did. I think I did that one last week about the 1.5 million. We don't want to get the sister-in-law to get the 1.5 million. I think I did that last week, but I got two more. Oh yeah, let me give y'all this too while we're here. H&R Block has the difference between a tax deduction and a tax credit. Let me give you that link. D can give you that, and y'all can look at that too. I have one of them pulled up, but there's a video that I wanted us to watch. I have a video for us to watch. Yeah, I have a video for us to watch. And I'm looking for that video. Got a lot of petty stuff. A lot of little petty stuff. We can be on petty stuff all week. But let me look at this. I'm looking for this video. Hold on. It's I know how to find it. If I can't find it, I know how to find it. But it's a good video because it gives us a way to discuss being a couple and finances. And this particular couple that I'm thinking about, they're based out of Seattle. I thought I saved it. Oh yeah, here it is right here. All right. So let me make sure I got my thing up and we're gonna review this one. All right. Let's review.
To
Wind
achieve
it back.
that.
Let's go. Pause that. Make that bigger. All right. Why a 20-something couple making over 300,000 a year won't live together. They will not live together. All right. A Queenly, I need to do a late night tonight. Yeah. I don't know. D may not be down for that tonight. D may not be down for that tonight. I'm down for it. D may not be down for it. I'm down for it. Yeah, we need to do the offline late night. Those that don't know, if you're not a part of the Slack, for the past couple of weeks, I'll post the link and we have late night talks. No, late night talks are not on YouTube and they're not recorded. That way it gives us the freedom to talk about whatever we want to talk about. And on that, we may talk about investing. We may talk about I may do a video review on some tax strategies. I may do a video review on 401ks. I may even share some personal things. I may even share some other stuff. Like it was really about that, right? And we just do we just get a chance to talk. I may share some stuff I've like jobs I've been offered. It could be anything, right? So we had late night conversations. Really, it's more for a deeper dive into things that we've seen, encounter things that other people have seen as well too. So we try to get into things that you could walk away and like literally log in, create an account, log in, set your thing up, let's get going. Like we're actionable, like right now, actionable things. What's going on, CTO advisor? How you doing? Miss CTO advisor, how you doing? Right? Yeah, Natasha, you've been there. Journey to Jasmine, you've been there. Queen Lee, you've been there. Dee's been there. I've been there. There's a couple of us been there. Talk about some tech life too. Talk about uh, different things that I've run into when it comes down to investing. We do we may go over private equity funds. We may go over um, different talks that I've seen and the takeaways of that, right? We just talk about everything, right? That we don't. These are not bad sessions. We don't. These are not bad sessions about what happened with somebody's baby mama drama, her baby daddy did. We don't. I don't have time for that. If it ain't about what tax credits, I won't talk about. I don't want to talk about that. Right? I want to talk about tax credit. I'm talking about money. I want to talk about how we keep our money, how we grow our money, how we build a new army of soldiers, right? How we build the next people coming up. Like this, how I look at it, right? It takes 32 years to become a millionaire, right? That's the average, right? 32 years. How can we cut that into 10 years? How can we now it might take me that long, right? Not really, but you get the gist here. The goal is for you to be at 200,000, but you got to look at if it take 32 years to be a millionaire on average. If you got 200,000 that you make over 10 years, you a millionaire in 10 years. You'll be a millionaire in less than that, right? So 200,000 times 10 is 2 million gross, right? So let's say in 5 years you would have grossed a million. You could essentially, with the right type of strategies, have put away $1 million, right? Yep. So let's get into it. This is this is leading into petty T. This is not petty T, but it's leading into petty T. It's a petty T intro. I ain't gonna go through all of the whole video. I just wanted to give you a unique look at a young couple. Now, the last couple of weeks we reviewed Darby. If you weren't here last week, you missed Darby. All right, it was a couple. The wife made 450,000 a year from her YouTube channel. He wasn't making anything. He felt inadequate, but he was actually putting his inadequacies and the way he was feeling off onto her. Because she wanted to go on a trip to the Alps, or I guess to Switzerland to spa, and he was like, no, I don't deserve that. And because she don't want to go without him, she couldn't go. She got 1.35 million YouTube subscribers. He's got like 1,100. And he's like, I want what she got. And she was like, you already got what I got, because I got it, because we're married, and we've been married 11 years, and we got 2 kids. Darby wasn't ready for that conversation. He wasn't ready for her to be out there doing her thing. I think personally, like we said before, and we could talk about this tonight, I think Darby should go to a personal finance class and help manage the money. They're already millionaires. They already had like $750,000 in a savings account. And I think they had 750,000 somewhere else. She wasn't even invested in the stock market. That's just how much she was putting away. So again, she's at 450,000. So she putting away, she making all the money and putting it away. Now, the question is, how can he help grow the business? How can he help grow that money? She doesn't really need him to go out there and make more money. It'd be great, but it'd be even better if he learned how to make that money make money. By buying real estate, by buying something. Well, instead of him hobbying, he can hobby on being a real estate guy, or making sure they got the right investments and so forth and so on, and grow that money, right? Do other things. But he want to be a YouTuber. So nothing wrong with it. It's just not working for him. It's just not his thing. D, why Darby got to have a life coach and grow up? Right? So again, different folks with different strokes for different folks. So let's get into this couple that doesn't want to live together. They were married. The last couple of times we reviewed married people. I want to bring in people who are not married. Because some of you, from listening to you talk out here, y'all don't believe in marriage because you say it's not beneficial for the man. And you say you have assets. And you don't want a woman to take half. I hear you talking. What I don't hear you say is no estate, no date. Get the shirt at the shop. I don't hear you say that you are protecting your assets. I hear you say you have them, but I don't hear you say that you protect them. Women, I hear you say you have assets, you have a house. I don't hear you say I'm protecting my assets before marriage. I don't hear you say I'm protecting my assets before a domestic partnership. You all start living together. I don't hear it. I don't hear any protection. I don't understand what's the problem. Why don't you utilize the structures that are in place to help protect those assets? What are you afraid of? Or you just love that person so much? I love him. Him coming to live here. Him coming over. I love him. I love him. Him, my guy. I'ma stick beside him. I'ma stick beside him. That's me. Him, him right there. That's him. I'ma stick beside him. Mine. He got funky toes, but he mine. Him mine. He coming over here. He living here. He here. He here with me. He on me. He here. I'ma stick beside him. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. His toes funky, but he pay bills. His toes funky, but he pay bills. It's all right. It's okay. He with me. And then you go, y'all break up, and then you got to go move him out. And then it's like, ma'am, you have to evict him. Now you got to go through the eviction process. Me in the same way. She come over here, she cook, she clean, she do what daddy say do. She do what daddy say do. She know I'm the king. She know I'm the king of this castle. She do what daddy say do. My meals prep, ready to go. My meal up, ready to go. She up before me, face full of makeup, body in shape, standing by the door waiting for daddy. Give daddy his meal. Then y'all don't work out and it's time to kick her out. You got to evict her. Know the rules. You gonna stick beside him. You gonna stick beside her. She let me do what I do. She know I'm out here in these streets. She know I got a little baby on the way. She's still there. She know I got a little something. She's still gonna be there. Why? Because I'm the king. She can't do without me. All right. I hear you talking. I hear you. But you don't hear the laws, though. The law states you gotta evict. The law states she's there. Oh, she been there over 30 days? Bruh. What you want us to do? You need to go see the court. You need to go to the lawyer. Use the structures that are in place. Know the law. Know the law of the state. Know the laws in the cities that you living in. Look them up. Y'all just be like, I love you. You love me. We're just one big family. Without an eviction notice, you still gonna be a family. Yeah. Yeah. So understand the rules. Understand the rules. All right, let's get into it. Because I know y'all be out here in love and shit. Y'all be out here y'all be out here in love and shit. I love him. Y'all be out here in the love. They can. Did you see the thing going around that the squatters been moving into these people Airbnbs and not leaving? I mean, they go into their Airbnbs, but they stay in there and they come in there in 30 days and then they got to go through the courts to get them out. It ain't no different. Yeah, well, Tracy, what's love got to do with this? Baby, you got to go. Then they start destroying people's property and all of that. Then you can't get them out. It's been countless of YouTube channels where people become squatters from Airbnbs and so forth and so on. People move in, relationships don't work out, they just in there. What are your rights? Look them up. Utilize the things that are available to you. You got internet on your phone, and if you got a chirp phone, a cricket, and you pay for it or whatnot, go to your local library. Go find out what your rights are. Some of y'all don't even have internet on your phone, the internet in your house. Some of you cut back every day. You cut back too much. You're cutting back too much. You cut back all your stuff. You can't even do the basics. I'm just saying, follow the rules, understand what you need to do, understand how you need to protect yourself, talk to a lawyer, put things in place. You may have to put something in a contract, right? Protect yourself. All right, let's get into it. This is why 20 something year old couple making over 300K won't live together. Let's go.
Book they want, and then we all discuss it together. We have tons of other stuff too, but perhaps most important is our monthly members only bonus video with
James.
Let's see. Here we go right here. Start right here. All right. The money conversation.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I am 26 years old. I am a product manager and I make $139,000 a year. And currently, I am a very enthusiastic resident of Hoboken, New Jersey.
And I'm George. I'm also 26 years old. I live in Jersey City, New Jersey, and I'm a software engineer.
And you make?
And I make $151,000. Sorry, I forgot about that part.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go first. How do you know each other? How did you meet?
We met at our first job ever out of school. So just a casual workplace fling.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nothing else much to say.
I'm going to pause right there because this is what I also hear. Now, this going to be controversial, and y'all going to get mad at me. Black women don't like the nerds. Black women overlook the nerds. He looks pretty nerdy to me. He looks pretty software engineering to me. He looks pretty nerdy to me. She looks pretty nerdy to me. Just seems we could kind of dispel the men overlook the nerdy women and nerdy women overlook the men. We're going to dispel that. That's why I brought this video up. It's part of petty tea moment, but not really petty. Let's go.
Dating for about 3.5 years. We do not live together. We don't live together because as a woman in the workplace, I feel very adamant about establishing my independence and my ability to support myself financially and not feel like I'm in a relationship because it would make it easier on me financially. I had a single mother. I was raised by a single mom. So that plays a large role in why I feel like I wouldn't want to be living with a partner unless we were in like a marriage or engagement sort of situation.
Yeah, and I feel
she's like, we ain't shacking. We need to be married. We ain't shacking. Tracy, I don't know why y'all don't think women like nerds. I was married to a nerd. I prefer nerds. I prefer an intellectual conversation. I prefer you know how to use the internet. I prefer you know how to get onto AWS cloud. I prefer you know what I'm talking about when I say there's a security vulnerability. I prefer that. I do. I can sit up and have a whole conversation about finance and credit, debt, and the whole nine. That's what I prefer. Oh, you working on a pipeline tonight? You trying to get GitLab to work? I'm on my way over. I prefer. Oh, you want to go to the museum? I prefer. Oh, you want to go check out this art gallery? I prefer. I prefer you to be able to understand that you need to wash your boo-boo off your ass. I prefer. I prefer. I want to have an intelligent conversation. I want to be able to have a conversation sometimes about just nothing. Like, what was your take on this movie? What was your take on this book? What was your take on this? I prefer. That's just, I've always been that way. I've always been nerdy. I'm sorry. And then do I have my moments of straight ratchetness? Absolutely. Absolutely. I have my moments where I'm like, don't stop, get it, pop that thing. I am. I have my moments where I'm like, we about to hit, walked in the club. I got my moments, right? I got my moments where I'm like, what we out here doing? What's the latest dance move? What we doing? Was that it? All right. Body yada yeah. All right. I'm with it. I got my moments. I got my moments where I want to have a little fun. I got my little moments where we want to go to the concert, jazz in the garden. We go to the jazz in the garden. We get dressed up. We may go do a 2-step. We may go out. We may go out to eat. Go to a little hole in the wall. Pull up to a little hole in the wall where you can go. We got this little spot in Tampa where you can pull up and no lie, you can go in there and get you a mini bucket of like a fifth of Hennessy with a bucket of ice and a cup. They said a fifth of Hennessy, a bucket. They like, you want a bucket? You want your own bucket? You got spots like that. But you walk in there, ain't no problems. The DJ is out there DJing. It's just people in there just moving and grooving. They got that, and they old people too. When I say they old people, they probably 55, 65. They're probably more like 60 to 70. You know how the old timers do. You pull up, they got a 3-piece suit on and a hat. Little hole in the wall. You pull up. Ain't nobody coming in there to do no shooting. Every man gonna shoot a shot. He retired from the post office. He want to know what you doing, young tender thing like you up in here. Girl, let me get you a little drink. What you drinking? I got you for the night. They got the grandmas over there in the corner cooking. They got a fish fry going. They got a whole mac and cheese and chicken wings. You can get your little plate, a little drink you drink, go out on the dance floor, did it bop for a little bit, gone back home. Going back home. Little hole in the wall, little tenderoni. What you doing in here tonight? Girl, y'all looking good. They got their 3-piece on. They retired. They ain't worried about nothing. They don't want nothing from nobody. Then you got other little spots that you go to where you diddy bop through. You come in, you make your little round, see what's crack-a-lacking, and then you sit on down and you enjoy yourself. Yeah, little hole in the wall where you slide through. You know, ain't nobody gonna bother you. They all look like the usher board. I'm just saying, they there. All right, let's get back to it. I get it. She don't want to shack. Let's see what he said, because he started talking a little bit. Let me back it up a little bit, because he started talking.
We'd be living with a partner unless we were in like a marriage or engagement sort of situation.
Yeah, and I feel pretty similarly. I value my independence, and that's something that I look for in a partner as well. So
that's why he's here.
That's why I'm here.
Do you have any debt?
I do. I do have debt. I have, I believe, $19,000 worth of student debt left that I'm working on, and then some credit card debt here and there. But I try to kill it every month.
I have a little bit of credit card debt because I carry a balance until my statement, and then I pay it off in full as much as I possibly can. I have had situations where I've had a lot of credit card debt, but we handled all of that, and I'm on a better path now.
What was your financial upbringing like? How was money talked about growing up?
Money was a major source of stress in my family. I would say as a kid, I felt like I was very much a financial burden on my family, because when things would come up or I would need things, it would be either a very large discussion or I could just feel the energy in the room shift. Like, we don't know if we're going to afford this. So yeah, it was mostly challenging because, like I said, my parents split up when I was, I guess, around 10 or 11 years old. So in most of my formative years, my mom was just trying to make ends meet. We had food stamps and other government benefits. We lived with certain friends and family members throughout different times during my teenage years. And, I felt very trapped by my financial situation. And because the only way that I knew to get out was to go to school, find a job where I could make a decent living, that was kind of my mission all the way through school, was to try to do well so that I could do that, and gain some sense of freedom, which I feel like I have now. So,
all right, so that's a story for a lot of Black people, right? You single mother, single father, or in some cases, it's not even single mother, single father. It's the kids are living with the grandparents, and so the grandparents is on a budget and are struggling, trying to get ahead and get to where they need to be. This is the part of the conversations that I don't understand that we have, is everyone is mad because you want to do better than 47,000. I don't understand that conversation. I don't understand why you don't want to do better. I want you to be at 200K. You understand why, accredited investors, different investment opportunities, and so forth and so on. The other thing I don't understand, why you don't want to do better as a community, as a single individual or a couple or whatever the case you may be, how y'all partner up, domestic partnership, whatever. I don't know, whatever. What I don't understand is why you all don't have a sense of pride. You don't have a sense of pride. You don't have a sense of pride of what you're able to do, what you have accomplished, what you can accomplish. I don't understand that. I don't understand why you're not prideful of wanting to be accomplished, of wanting better for you, your friends, your family. What happened to that? And I'm not saying being prideful to the point that you're arrogant. I'm just saying it's okay to be accomplished and be proud of it. Like, what happened to that? Why can't we be prideful of that? I don't know. You tell me. But I understand where she's coming from. I also understand where he's coming from. But we got to get back to the basics. And getting back to the basics is it's okay to make money. It's okay to have assets. It's okay to talk about money. It's okay to have good hygiene. It's all right. You don't have to be funky and rich. You can be rich and smell good. You don't have to be broken funky. It's okay. No, she said she handled the credit. She didn't say we handled the credit card debt. She said she handled the credit card debt. And you don't have to, and she don't have to live in your house either. She don't have to live in your house. If that's the agreement that y'all have. She don't have to live there. Y'all had that agreement. But she handled that debt. She didn't say he handled that debt. I rewind it though. Upbringing, debt. Let's go back. Let's make sure we got facts.
$19,000 worth of student debt left that I'm working on, and then some credit card debt here and there. But I try to kill it every month.
I have a little bit of credit card debt because I carry a balance until my statement, and then I pay it off in full as much as I possibly can. I have had situations where I've had a lot of credit card debt, but we handled all of that, and I'm on a better path now.
What was your financial upbringing like?
Let's find out the we. Is the we her and him, or is the we her and her mom? Is the we with someone else? Let's find out.
How was money talked about growing up?
Oh,
money was a major source of stress in my family, I would say.
All right, we're right here.
Which I feel like I have now. So,
for me, I grew up in a fairly affluent suburb in New Jersey, although I would say that compared to the other people in the town, were a bit less better off. My parents both worked full-time jobs. My dad was an entrepreneur. And my mom at times would take seasonal retail jobs for Christmas time expenses. The way we talked about money was more about setting aside the expenses that we needed, like food and bills and groceries, and setting that apart from spending money and money that we could use freely. So I wouldn't say that it was a really prevalent conversation in the house, but it did seem like my parents had a system between each other. What has been the biggest change in your life since changing social classes? Are you treated differently?
My, oh my. The biggest difference in my life, in my personal life, is just the feeling of being able to get something if I need it, or if it's going to be a convenience in my life. So if it's pouring down rain at midnight and I need to get home, I know I'm like, oh my gosh, it feels so good to be able to call a car right now. Or if there's an event coming up and I have nothing to wear to the event, instead of, feeling badly about myself or being like, I don't know if I can go, I'm like, okay, for this one event, this one time, you can go out and get something. Like, that sense of freedom has been amazing for me. That's exactly the reason why I pursued the path that I did, was to gain that sense of freedom and that feeling, and to, I guess, lessen that feeling of being trapped by my financial standing. And then in terms of being treated differently, I would say not to a massive extent, because it's not the money that makes people treat you differently. It's kind of how you use that money. So yeah, obviously I'm able to get nicer clothes. I'm able to get my hair done when I want to. I can get jewelry and purses and whatever else somebody might get when they have money. And it's those things that cause people to treat you differently. I mean, that is one of the main reasons people end up with inflated lifestyles. Because
all right, so let's address a couple of things. Okay, so let's back up. The we. So, Robert Anderson, you said if you helped her pay off her credit card debt, she has to be in the house. He's already said they don't want to live together. I'm sure if they came up to it, he hadn't proposed to her. So apparently he's cool with whatever arrangement that they got. Now you say y'all gotta live together. Why y'all gotta live together if you help her pay a credit card debt? I just got questions. Does she if y'all are dating, does she have to grocery shop too, and does she have to cook for you too? Or do you do that for yourself? Or is that her job? Like, I think everybody has their own agreement and their own arrangement as to what they're comfortable with. For you, she got to be in your house. For him, that's not a thing for him. And we got to allow people to have what's comfortable for them. Right? Just saying. Hermes Addict, you said each time I changed social classes, I went the fool for a minute before. Yeah, I think everybody does that. I think once you get new money, you be like, this new money, that purse that was $7,000. Oh, I could go get that and still be okay. I ain't even got to put it on a credit card. I just go get it. And then you be like, I don't want that purse no more. I don't want that purse no more. I think there's a class of people, and I'm gonna bring this up next week. I'm gonna specifically target this class of people. When I say class, I should say group of people that don't want to live together and are married. I'm gonna bring that up. I'm going to bring up people who are married and don't live together. I brought it up on one of the financial podcasts. I'm going to bring it up again because everybody has this idea of what they think relationships are, and everybody else are actually doing other things in relationships. Or couples who are millionaires and they don't live together, but they respect each other and they do what they need to do. Everybody has a concept that we must live together, and everybody don't like that concept. Everybody don't want to live together. And then people were like, well, what kind of marriage is that? Well, what kind of marriage is if you live together and the person still cheat on you? What kind of marriage is if y'all live together and the person never come home? What kind of marriage is it when the person y'all live together and the person got another family, right? You have to ask yourself, what's your risk? What's your risk? Do a risk assessment on yourself. Do your own risk assessment. Everybody like to idolize. What's that couple? Donnie. What's her name? They was in a they were swingers. What's his name? Oh man, it was a black couple. Everybody bring them up all the time. They was like, oh, they had a loving marriage. Oh, they was just so wonderful. Yeah, they were swingers. Oh, I can't think of their name. They both acted. I can't think of their name right now. When I find it tonight, I'll bring it up tonight. All right. There's so many different ways that people live their lives. There's so many different ways that people choose to be happy. Do what works for you. Do what works for you. Is marriage the end all to be all? Not for everybody. And if y'all are going to get into inside of domestic partnerships, understand the United States don't recognize certain things inside of a domestic partnership. And you need to know what those limitations are. If you decide that you just want a shack, if you like let me say it right, if you decide you want a Radio Shack, then you need to understand what that means. Right? 30 days, she been in there 10 years. You can't just throw her out. You can't just throw her out. Understand what community property means. Y'all need to do some due diligence on these things. You're always talking about your assets. Go protect them. Get a trust, get an estate, get a prenup, get a postnuptial. Don't be walking around here, walked up in the club. then when it's time to get separated or divorced, and it's like, yeah, all that depends on where you live. Then y'all be sitting up here screaming she took half. No, you gave it to her because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. Same fate with you ladies. I'ma stick beside him. I love him. He my man. I love him. Yeah. Then you be walking around talking about you gave up half and you homeless. And you homeless. Yeah, all right. Let's go.
They're doing things to impress other people and make themselves look like they belong to a specific class. But in general, I don't feel treated differently because of my money, but sometimes, yes, I do feel treated differently because of how I choose to present myself at times. So, which doesn't have to relate to money all the time. There are plenty of people who buy nice things on debt. So,
how has my life changed? I think the biggest thing is a sense of security. Growing up and then into college and living alone after college, there was always kind of a worry that it might not be okay. And I can feel pretty confident now that, I know that the rent is going to be paid, and I know that the bills are going to be paid, and that they're not going to come calling me asking for collection and things. So I think that peace of mind can't really be understated.
Next question. What money habits have you kept from when you didn't earn as much? What did you not keep?
Well, I definitely kept this desire to see money in the checking account. I think before it was, if I got over 1,000 or over 2,000, I was like, ooh, okay, I'm doing good. And I don't have a firm number, like that anymore. But that sense of like, ooh, I'm okay is.
So here's a question for you. What's your number? What's your number that makes you uncomfortable in your checking or in your savings? What is that number? One part is emergency fund, but what's the number? What's the number when you're like, hey, I don't have $50,000 in my checking account. I don't have $5,000 in my checking account. I got $1 in my check. What's your number? What's your number that you gotta have? That's a question you gotta ask yourself. Because sometimes y'all see these numbers and you be like, yeah, it's time to go, like he say, spend, or it's time to go get that bag or whatever, right? What's your number? This goes back to your risk assessment. Do your own personal risk assessment.
There.
I do still spend on my credit card, pretty much only, but I did not keep spending money that I knew I was going to have later on my credit card, which is what I did when I didn't make a lot. Not even my first job, not even talking about when I was making $75K, but in college, I would go on the spring break trips with my friends and go here for winter break. And I'd be like, don't worry, my summer internship, I'm going to pay this all off. And so I would do that literally every year. And then it meant in the summer, I didn't really have much because it was all going to the debt. But I don't know, my brain was just like, I know I'm going to make this money later, so it's totally fine. But now I realize, like, you are going to make the money later, but you're going to have other use cases for that future money. It's not just to pay off old stuff that you bought previously. So, yeah, big difference for me. What is the biggest financial secret of your industry? Wow, that's a tough one. Now, in the age of TikTok and social media, I feel like most companies and industries don't have very many secrets left to share. But I would say one thing that even people in the industry don't realize is, so in tech, oftentimes your company will give you unlimited vacation, which sounds amazing, but in reality, it basically saves them money because oftentimes when you leave a company, you get to take your vacation days as additional compensation. And so you don't get to do that when you have unlimited vacation.
Yep. So with unlimited vacation, unlimited PTO, you don't get a chance to get that cash out at the end of the year. Those that I don't know, did I talk about the IBA here, D, or did I talk about it? I talked about the IBA here, or I talked about you get that money paid back to you. So if you earn, say, 45 days in a year of time off, or 30 days in a year of time off, you can get that money back in terms of PTO, or you get ready to leave, you get that money back. She is, I think she may be a project manager, and she makes 139,000, and he's a software engineer, and he makes 151,000. So, and Robert Anderson, I saw you coming. The thing about the PTO is unlimited sounds cool, but the average person doesn't take more than 3 to 4 weeks. So it don't matter. It don't even matter on average. In fact, they say people who work at companies, with unlimited PTO take less time than they do with the assigned PTO. Right? All right, so let's get to it.
And then secondly, statistically, you're more likely to take less of it anyway, because instead of just using your days because you know that you have them, it's more of like you have to ask permission for days, and that makes people pretty anxious. So I would say if you are entering a job or a career where you have that, just use your days and enjoy them.
What has been your biggest financial mistake? I tried to get rich off crypto. And like everyone else, I put money in when it was popular. And unlike everyone else, I didn't get out at the right time.
I did.
So she did. So I've lost some money on that, but I didn't commit anything overly ambitious. I think I'm probably generally a financially risk averse person. So I recognized it for the volatile.
So let's talk about what he just said. He's risk averse. He's conservative. He's conservative. This is another thing that I think you all really need to analyze when you're having conversations with people that you're dating. What is their risk? What are they? What's their risk tolerance? I keep bringing that up because you may meet someone who's really, really risky, and you may meet someone that's really, really conservative, and you two get together, and he or she, depending on who it is on either spectrum, maybe like, hell no, shawty. Hell no, shawty. Look, shawty went in and put in 30,000 on crypto. Hell no, shawty. I told shawty she should have just been invested in this ETF, VOO, leave it there and let it do what it thing. Shawty put that 30,000 in there. 2 days later, all that was gone. Hell no, shawty. Shawty for the streets. Shot it for the streets. Hell no, shot it for the streets. Nah, I can't get. I don't even fool with her. I don't even fool with her like that, folk. I don't even fool with her like that. Shot it for the streets. Or you may meet someone that may need to bring the risk out of you, but the risk got to be something that is you're comfortable with, right? And that risk might be, hey, I see this duplex over here. We can grab it, but we got to put somebody in on one side. We may have to live there, or I may have to live there, or you may have to live there. And then we'll put somebody else in on the other side. Or, hey, I know how to do options. I'm going to explain it to you. I know how to do puts. I'm going to explain it to you. We're going to try to do this, and then we're going to go from there. Let's start with something small. Let's do something like $100 or $200. Then you may get somebody that be like, be all in, put the 10 on it, 10 for the win. And you may be like, you're a scammer. I ain't fooling with you. You out here scamming. I ain't use a scammer. Nah. Use a scammer and I'm scrambling. Nah, I'm good. Right? So again, having that comfortable conversation. I can just look at them and kind of tell they're not risky people. I know, I'm being bad. They just don't look like risky people to me. Like her wild side might be like, ooh, I went and bought that $500 purse today. And he might be like, oh, that was interesting that you went and bought that. Like, that's how they strike me, right? It's just some people, they're not gonna bet they're not gonna bet everything on everything. And his loss might have been about $5,000, $10,000. But again, have these conversations with the people you're around, whether it's your partner, domestic partner, married, not married, friends, whatever the case may be. Just understand who you're around. Just understand what their risk tolerance is. Open up the conversation, right? It's okay. It's okay to have that conversation. Hey, what's your, are you a risk taker? No, yes, no. And some people, they're not. And then some people just don't know. They want to take a risk, but they don't know what to take a risk in. Right? All right. We're gonna finish. We're gonna finish this one off a little bit, and then I'm gonna read my little stuff and we out.
Market that it is, but that didn't quite stop me from losing money in it. I'm next. Okay. How do you share expenses? With me, I presume.
Oh, okay. So we don't live together, so we don't share rent or bills. But for me in a relationship, just like going on dates, traveling, getting some food, whatever, I personally like to let either one of us take the full bill. I do not like splitting bills. And the reason why is because to me, if I feel like, okay, this is an equal partnership, we're here contributing equally, we could split, but that almost feels like, tit for tat, eye for an eye, like we're in this kind of power struggle. And I don't like that. I like to take care of my partner, like my partner to take care of me. And so we equally take care of each other. So I like for us to just, oh, I got it this time. Oh, no, I got it this time.
Hermes added, why they got to seem like they going to eat day old sushi risk takers? Why they got to eat day old sushi? Like, why they got to be day old sushi risk takers? Why they can't just like, if we go at happy hour, it's a sale. They're that type of person. It's half off on drinks. It's Taco Tuesdays at this bar, and it's half off the tacos. If we go over here, we can get a discount on dented cans. If we go over here, they're having toilet tissue on sale, so we can stack up on several rolls of tissue, right? They're that kind of people. But they don't seem like they like clutter either, right? No clutter, right? It's just something about them that you can tell, like, we're very conservative. We don't vote Republican or Democrat. We're independent. They don't fit our ideals. I think I'm going to do this, right? Speaking of options, Tan, can you recommend some good people? Good people? What you mean? Good people to follow? I don't know. Exactly. They're going to a place that wasn't reviewed on Yelp. That place didn't get good reviews. Let's drive by and look at their. Let's drive by because I love my friend. I love my friend. My friend knows. My friend knows I love her. My friend D know I love her. But my friend D is one of the ones that be like, I got my own silverware. I'm good. I got my own silverware. I'm good. I love my friend, but my friend got her own silverware and straw. That's just my friend. I ain't mad at my friend, but my friend will look at it and be like, they got good food, but we don't. You ain't gotta eat off of that. We ain't gotta eat off of that. I got my own silverware, chopsticks in the whole nine. Look. She seems like the type that would drive by and be like, ain't nobody outside. We ain't going to that restaurant. And that's what? I'm not mad. Do what's comfortable for you. Do what's comfortable for you. No, she don't split the bill. That's because you married, Hermes Addict. That's because you married. Of course your husband's gonna grab it. Of course your husband's gonna grab it, but they're not married. And I understand. Listen, anybody who been out with me know I hate that tit for tat little bill. Don't come sitting at the table talking about, can I get a separate check because I had Sprite? I don't even do that. Don't come. I'm watching my diet. It's a big group. Girl, give me that whole bill. I ain't got time for that. Don't be in here embarrassing me. Talking about you had a Sprite and you done and went and got something off for everybody plate. You had a Sprite and then you got a little plate and you go get a little bit off for everybody plate. That shrimp was good. Them crab legs was good. Them biscuits was good. Oh, is the salad and the bread free? Because that's all I had in a Sprite. I'm not doing this. I don't even like rolling with people like that. I don't even roll with nobody like that. Yeah, I had 2 fries and some water. She just gave me the tomato off of her sandwich. I just wanted to see what the burger tastes like. I didn't even want the burger, but I got a feeling for what the burger tastes like because I had a tomato and some of the French fries. I don't fool with people like that. I don't stick beside them. I don't stick beside them. All right, let her finish up.
For traveling and it's something more expensive like a hotel or flights, it'll be like, oh, well, I got the hotel. Okay, I got the flights or something like that.
Yeah, we don't really share expenses outside of that. There has been a time where you helped me out with a moving cost of my own because I couldn't front all of the money at once, but we just pay each other back, you know.
Yeah. If you could go back and give your 18-year-old self any piece of advice, what would it be?
To not be afraid of a credit card. I watched my parents kind of have disputes and stress over credit card bills. And I heard, like, oh, you never want to be in debt and stuff like that. And I didn't quite understand that credit is a good thing. So if I could sit myself down and, teach a lesson on what credit cards are and how to use them, I think that would have helped me. I could use it even now still, to be honest.
For me, if I could go back and give myself at 18 any piece of advice, it would be to pursue my own path. I feel like I was told so many things about what jobs I could earn a decent living with. And because of the financial stress I went through as a kid, I was like, okay, I've got to do one of those jobs so I can be okay. And so I get to school and I'm like, okay, I only have 2 or 3 majors that I can do and be okay. Because in my mind, it was, I could do computer science, make money that way. My school didn't have business, but we had economics, which was basically the theoretical version of business. And, make money that way. Or I could do pre-med and go to med school, or if I wanted to go to law school, yeah, sure. So those, in my mind, like those were the only options. And I honestly didn't really want to study any of those things. So I put myself through a major that was very uninspiring to me. I had a very inspiring minor, but it wasn't going to pay the bills. So, and then I ended up in a number of jobs and internships that were just really, again, uninspiring to me. And now I feel like now that I'm in my mid-20s, it feels great to be financially stable, but I see other people around me who have been pursuing their own paths from day one, and they are reaching the same levels of financial stability as I am, but they have much more fulfillment in their jobs, in their careers. Now, who's to say I would have been able to achieve that? I don't know, but yeah, I do feel this urge to do something that matters to me and that I actually enjoy and figure out how to do it in a way that makes me money. Because I feel like we're all smart enough to do that instead of just doing what everybody else does, even if it works.
All right, so Claude, you said I take the full bill at Ruth Chris and you take the full bill at Red Lobster. No, I take the full bill at Fogo de Chao. I take the full bill at Red Lobster. I take the full bill at whatever restaurant that I'm going to that I want to eat at. I don't do that game. I've been in plenty of situations where it may be 13 or 14 people sitting at the table and I'm going to take the full bill. I don't have time for that. Tip the person. I don't have time for that. I don't play that game. I just don't. That's just me. I'm not telling everybody else to do that. And taking the full bill at Red Lobster and taking the full bill at Ruth Chris, They can all be the same depending on who's eating. You can get a bill at Ruth Chris for $300. You can get a bill at Red Lobster for $300. $300 is $300. It don't change because you went to a different restaurant. Can you get $300 bill at Red Lobster? Absolutely, you can. Start getting drinks and getting double shots in them. Start sitting down and having people order not no trios but singles, and they go up to the thing and get the lobster out of the water. All right. Go to Ruth Chris and you go with somebody that may not even eat a lot of food. They just maybe eat something. So your bill could be cheaper at Ruth Chris. You can go to Ruth Chris and spend $50 and get for 2 people. Because somebody may order a burger and fries and drink water. I mean, it depends. You spend less money at Ruth Chris. It depends on who you're going with. So it's not a matter of, if she's pulling the equal weight, right? It's not a matter of pulling the equal weight. It's a matter of when we get together, do we enjoy each other? When we get together, do we enjoy each other? Are we okay with each other? Everybody want to watch their pennies, right? Everybody want to. If you gotta watch your pennies like that, don't go out. That's just my thought process. All right, that's just my thought process. All right. Yep, Lychee is 26 or 27. Fogo. Right? So it depends, right? It depends on where you're at in life. It depends on what you want. Right? Everybody count their bread, everybody count their pockets. Everybody will like, oh, she want to go to an expensive restaurant. She just want to run the bill up. But I go to Ruth Chris in shorts. I go to Ruth Chris in shorts. I sit at the bar. I don't know. It is what it is. Right? I know that going to Ruth Chris is like to be honest with you at this point, it's not like, oh my God, that's a real date. We went to Ruth Chris. I'm just gonna be honest. It's a great time, but it's just not one of them things. Like, I don't know. It's Florida, right? You pull up in shorts, you got some flip-flops on, they're gonna take your money. They're gonna take your money. They don't care nothing about what you're talking about. They're gonna take your money. Just being honest. All right. Y'all can watch the rest of them. They're a little boring couple. I picked them to be boring on purpose. I picked them to be boring. Yeah. I get Ruth Chris on Uber Eats. I'm just saying, it's just what it is. Yep, Smith and Walensky, all of that. STK. After a while, you just be like, it's just a place. It's just another place. Just another. All right. Let's get into the controversy. Last one. I think this will end us well. Let me see. Maybe. I'm gonna let y'all pick. Do you want to hear about it? Feels like a lose-lose. I have a $10 million net worth. My father-in-law has dementia. Am I responsible for my in-laws if they run out of money? Or do you want to hear about, I'm considering a prenup. My fiance is moving to the U.S. to live with me. My home is paid for. Would it be fair to ask him to pay all my household expenses? Or would you like to hear about, I would feel guilty charging her $600. One of my 2 roommates is moving out and my girlfriend is moving in. should I charge her the same rent? One is, and you can put a number in the chat. One is, it feels like a lose-lose. 10 million, should I take care of my in-laws? That's number one. So put a 1 in the chat if you want to hear that. Put a 2 in the chat if the fiance is moving to the US. Do you want to hear about that? Or put a 3 in the chat. I feel guilty for charging her $600, but my girlfriend moving in. One, 2, or 3. What you want to hear? 1, 2, or 3. I got 2 1s. I got 3 1s and 2 2s. Oh, got some more 2s coming in. So y'all didn't want to hear about if I should take care of my father-in-law, my in-laws. Y'all didn't want to hear about the in-laws. I say that one for the night. That one's juicy. That one's juicy. All right, 2 it is. We got more 2s when we got 1s. All right, I'm considering a prenup. My fiance is moving to the US to live with me. My home is paid off. Would it be fair to ask him to pay all my household expenses? So they moving to the US. The house is paid for. Should she ask for a prenup? Let's find out. Should she ask for a prenup? Let's just get some things out of it. Should she ask for the prenup? Should she put her house in some type of trust or do some type of estate planning? See where y'all at. All right, let's go. I also want to make sure that after he's established here and finds a job, we're making good financial decisions. So he's coming from another country. He is moving into her house. And she wants to know, should he pay for half the expenses? So the question is, like, what expenses can he pay for? How is he making his money? Where is he employed at? Some of you ladies want to stick beside him. This goes back to what I was talking about. But y'all don't be making good financial decisions. Y'all be letting that love and the power of the eggplant rule your Venus, your Mars, your Jupiter, everything. Y'all just be rotating and rotating. I love him. He mine. Rob, you want to hear number 3? I got you. All right, so let's blow it up. Let's get into it. Want to talk about it? Here it go. All right, let's roll up. I'm a 37-year-old homeowner and a mom of a 13-year-old about to get married to a man who will be the stepfather to my child. My fiance is 36, who is moving in with me after we marry and is a widowed parent himself. All right. He has a home in his country, and we intend to use a vacation home, but he would be starting anew here with his credit score, his employment, buying a car. He has a master's degree, and so do I. So I'm optimistic that he will transition well. Nevertheless, I too have paid off my home and have no college, car, or credit card debt as I paid it all off. And I pay my current credit card bill monthly. Again, the same is true for him. I love him and understand he's giving up and gaining a lot by moving to the US. I'm going to stick beside him. That's what it's giving me. I'm going to stick beside him. All right. But I want to make sure that after he's established here and finds a job, we're making good financial decisions. I'm considering a prenuptial agreement and want to know what should be included to protect us both. I no longer have a mortgage, so I'm also wondering what would be a fair way to split expenses. Would it be fair for him to pay most of the household expenses and there's no mortgage here? He ain't got no car, he ain't got no ride, he ain't got no job yet, right? He's got to be on the H-1B visa plan, right? I don't know what he do. Let's find out. Is that fair considering we be vacationing at his home at least once per year? What else should I consider? International love. You international lover, you. Okay. You're marrying and blending your families. You're also both homeowners and you both paid off your mortgages. For that reason, I suggest you split the household expenses equally. You have separate expenses on upkeep, insurance, and taxes on your respective homes. Every case of cohabitating is different. For instance, I did not suggest an equal split of expenses with no other expenses. When this gentleman recently wrote to me about how much to charge his girlfriend in rent, that's the one before, they were not settling down and he still had not and he still had a mortgage to pay. A prenuptial agreement is a smart move, especially for people with children, but it's important to outline all possible incomes. Prenups don't outline what should happen to your children if one of you should die, but they do make financial provisions for children and stepchildren. Understand the oversight of an attorney. Prenups can specify the division of financial responsibility for each of your children because he has a child too, right? Your oversight of your attorney of an attorney prenups can specify the division of financial responsibility for your children. Do you both contribute equally to your respective children's upkeep and education? One caveat: prenups that are too onerous can be overturned. Now, let's stop right there. I just want to say this because I just thought about it. Y'all all saw the guy from the owner of Porsche is divorcing his wife because she got dementia. I'll pull that up too. We can talk about it. For instance, for instance, may wish to leave your child your home in your will, but allow your husband a life estate, meaning he can live in the family home that you own for the rest of his life. You will also want to update your beneficiaries. Do you split your beneficiary designations between your child and your husband? One note of caution: if your husband contributes to renovations of your home or any significant way that could improve the value of the property, it could be considered commingling assets. That's a whole nother one. That's a whole nother one. So you should be careful about maintaining separate bank accounts related to your home. Good luck with this move, the prenup and the division of financial responsibilities. Love wins, but transparency, planning, and mutual respect and coming to an agreement that you both are comfortable with will help ensure a happy and successful life together. Commingling assets, baby. If that property goes up, he's entitled. But she gonna stick beside him. City boys up. City boy with it. City boy with it. City boy with it. City boys up. Y'all don't make good financial decisions. I know you love him. I know you want to stick beside him, but you moving him into your house that's paid for. He renting out his house. Y'all rent that house out and go find y'all a new house together. Put that house in an estate. Put that in your daughter's name and leave it to your daughter. And then the house that y'all get together, if one of y'all should happen to leave this earth, it goes to either one of y'all. See how that works? Keep the assets in your family. Soon as he hit the States, he gonna be like, so this what the women be doing over here? City boy with it. All right, let's go. Let's go look at this. That's gonna come right on up. That's her. Suzanne Portia. Billionaire, 79, who is divorcing his wife due to the changes in behavior caused by her dementia, has moved in with his ex-model new girlfriend, 59, who is a longtime friend. You can't keep, you know what? She a longtime friend of the family. City boys up, huh? So we got y'all, men, y'all gonna have to change that. She need to be feminine, fit, submissive, and maintain her mentality, her mental healthness all her life. She can't have no mental break. She got a mental break, she gotta go. He said just in health, not in sickness. I ain't signed up for this. I ain't signed up for this. Saying this, I ain't about this life. I'm 79. I'm still out here doing my thing. I'm a billionaire. Put her in a home and get her off the property. Put her in a home and get her off the property. City boys up. City boy with it. City boy with it. City boy with it. City boy with it. Oh, city boys. Y'all doing y'all thing out here. Y'all international city boys are something else. And he probably gonna be calling her and be like, I just called to say 79, 74. Come on, all right, let's read it. Oh boy. All right. Wolfgang Portia is said to have moved his girl in with Gabriella Prinzensen. The billionaire Porsche executive is divorcing his wife after she is diagnosed with dementia and has reportedly moved in his new girlfriend onto the property. She in there. Wolfgang Porsche, 79, has struggled to live with his wife Claudia, 74, due her changes in behavior after she is diagnosed with dementia 2 years ago. Sources close to the couple said yesterday it emerged that the car tycoon has filed for divorce amid rumors he had become closer to a friend of 25 years, Gabriella Prinzensen, in recent months. And now Portia has moved in with the 59-year-old Gabriella, who is now his girlfriend, and it has been claimed after enjoying a Maldives holiday together in January. We talk, darling, we're down in the Maldives. What do you expect from me, honey? Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue. He was like, you are my wife. Goodbye, city life. No. She was like, darling, I love you, but you got to go. I cannot do this no more with you. Our love is not there. The love is gone. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. The former close circle of friends told the Australian media that the couple's decision to move in together came as both of them wanted to avoid spending time apart. Oh, I can't stand it. Darling, I need to be near you. I want to be near you, darling. She looked like his daughter. She looked like his daughter. I'm 59. She about to hit. Oh, the city girls might have came up on this one. City girls may be up. Hey, oh, city girls may be up. Hey, oh. She was like, he a tycoon. She done been with him. He's still ticking. He got some renewed life. He may go at any time, but as long as he here, I'ma stick beside him. I'ma stick beside him. She probably don't know what's going on. The wife probably don't know what's going on. All right. And now Portia has moved in with 59-year-old Gabriella, also known as Ingra Aga Khan, who is now his girlfriend. It has been claimed. And look at them standing here together. Look at this. Bruh, you ain't gonna be hugged up next to the girl like that with me. And this is the wife. And she's standing there loud and proud, like they already together. Girl, bye. He gonna hold her hand, but he wrapped around her. Look, what does this picture say? What does this picture say to you? Hell, in 20 years, she gonna look just like her. In 20 years, she ain't too far from looking they look just alike. She ain't too far from looking just like her. Look at this picture. Wolfgang is pictured here holding hands with his wife and Claudia Hubner with long time Claudia Hubner, that's the wife, with longtime friend Gabriella. They're all pictured together here in 2018. He been tapping that thing for years. You're a billionaire. It has not been disclosed, however, whether they moved into Portia's home in Zelamici, Austria, or Princess's luxurious villa that he probably paid for in Munich. Get it right. It came after it emerged that Portia has filed for divorce from Claudia, his partner of 16 years, who is known to suffer from dementia-like illness. Now, how she get dementia? Did he poison her? Did it just come on? Is it hereditary? What's going on? I got questions. Is she got trauma to the head? Has it been beating on her? Right? Sources told BLLD that the billionaire finds it impossible to live with his wife, as her declining health has reportedly altered her personality permanently. Claudia, who is a grandmother, has four carriers, or I guess caretakers, who look after her around the clock, having suffered from illnesses for the last 2 years. She's reportedly has not been able to move independently for months, and her mental awareness has undergone a rapid decline. Wolfgang and Claudia have been together since 2007 and married in 2019. They've been together since 2007 and married in 2019. The Porsche's family assets have been estimated around about €20 billion. In recent months, Wolfgang is said to have been getting closer to Gabriella, also known as, I guess, Anara Aga Khan, who was born in Frankfurt in April 1963. Like Portia's wife, Claudia, she studied in law in Munich and Cologne. In 1991, Gabriella married Prince Karl Emich of, I guess, Lenningen, who claims to be an heir of the defunct house of Romanov in Russia, and with whom she shares a daughter, Princess Teresa of Lenningen. The couple divorced 7 years ago in 1998. Later that year, she married the Swiss Karim Agan of Khan the Fourth, who was 86 years old. She got a record because the guy she married was 86. The 49th Imam of the Naziri Imalas. I don't know none of this, but we're going to have to look this up because this is talking about the money and not the $47,000 that we normally argue about. Okay, so that's Petty T, who is considered a direct descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. Let's go look up these folks. Okay. We're going to have to do a show on this. We're gonna have to do it. The rise of Aga Khan Dynasty, Part 1. We're gonna have to do a show on this. She be like, I be getting to the money. The pair share a son, Prince Ali Muhammad Aga Khan, and were involved in a high-profile divorce battle, which took 10 years to settle. They eventually divorced in 2014. Oh man, where did that ad come up from? Since 2004, she has been actively involved in working in combat aid, supporting German AIDS Foundation. It's him and his wife. They're struggling here due to changes in behavior, blah, blah, blah. Wolfgang Heinz Porsche is a German Austrian shareholder and chairman of the supervisory board of Porsche Automobile Holding SC. The Stuttgart born executive is the youngest son of the former Porsche AG designer and his chief or CEO Ferdinand Ferry Porsche and daughter Dorita Ritz. His grandfather was Ferdinand Porsche and the Austro-Bohemian founder of Porsche AG. His older brother is Ferdinand Butzi Porsche, who designed the first Porsche 911. He has 4 children, two to director and screenplay writer Suzanne Bresser, who he married in 1988 and divorced in 2008. And Porsche lives in Zell am See in Austria. I don't even know where that's at in Austria. So here we go, Austria. There's the location that they're talking about. Do you thinking like I'm thinking? We may have to do a Women in Linen Summit in Austria, right here. What we may have to do, get your boots and your coat ready. Get your boots and your coat ready. We going. What y'all doing? We over here in Austria. City girl with it. 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 We went over there for a little something. All right, let's see. What else I got? His grandfather. All right, that was it. That was the end of it right there. So there you go. She got a history. She's about that life. Y'all can't call her you call black women gold diggers. That right there, my friend, she gets to the money. I be getting to the money. Everybody love it. Everybody love it. She gets to the money on it. She gets to the money. Aga Khan the Fourth, His Highness Aga Khan's biography. Let's look up. Let's do net worth. Estimated 13.3 billion. Estimated net worth 13.3 billion. I don't do nothing less than billionaires, darling. Millionaire peasants, you. Darling, I don't do nothing less than billionaires, darling. He's a millionaire. Oh, darling. We do billionaires here, darling. City girls up. City girls up. City girls up. 13 billion. All right. There you have it. Now, last but not least, I'm out of here on this one. Did y'all see this one? About the man in Colorado that had been poisoning his wife's smoothie and she died. A man spent weeks researching poison before killing his wife, police said. Right? A Colorado dentist. This is the second occasion I done had dentists do some dumb stuff. My dentist OD'd in St. Pete. He OD'd. This one killing his wife. I think dentist is off the menu. I think don't date the dentist. They off the menu. There's something going on with y'all. Right? The dentist is accused of poisoning his wife multiple times, including with a smoothing containing arsenic, before she died in what police describe as a heinous, complex, calculated murder. All right, blow this up some here. There he is. There's the guy. All right. On Wednesday, Craig drove his wife to a local hospital. You gonna drive me to the hospital and you done poison me? I'ma stick beside him. Right? You're welcome. On suspicion of the first-degree murder of 43-year-old wife Angela, after police said he poisoned her for days. On Wednesday, he drove her to the local hospital because she complained of severe headaches and dizziness. Police said she was placed on a ventilator shortly after arriving because her condition was deteriorating rapidly. Investigators found that she had been poisoned, and shortly after, doctors pronounced her brain dead. And on Sunday, police obtained a warrant for Craig's arrest and he was booked into jail. Police believe that her death came after previous poisonings that she survived. Craig laced his wife protein smoothie, which he usually made for her after their workout. So you gonna work out with me and kill me? I'm feminine, fit, and submissive, and you gonna kill me? You see what I'm saying? You don't give a damn about me. We work out together. I'm staying in fit and shape, and then I come in here. Thanks, babe, for the smoothie. I'm gonna lay down. I don't feel good. I don't know. Maybe it's something wrong with the smoothie or something like that. I don't feel good. I'm gonna go ahead and lay down. All right. So he laced his wife's smoothie. He made it worked out. He put arsenic in it on March the 6th. According to the arrest warrant, police said she felt faint and dizzy after a workout. He then took her to the hospital where she was treated briefly before being discharged. According to the arrest warrant, a staff member of Craig's dental office told investigators he had been acting strange and that she had found him using the computer in the exam room, even though he had his own computer in his office and a laptop. After about half an hour, he messaged her that he had a package coming to the office and asked her not to open it when it arrived, she said. She told investigators that Craig told her he didn't believe his wife was going to make it. On March 13th, the staff member said she found a package with Craig's name on it and contained potassium cyanide. Suspicious because the dental office had never ordered potassium cyanide before. The staff member searched the effects of the drug and saw that it matched the same symptoms that Craig's wife had been experiencing, including nausea, vomiting, low blood pressure. The arrest warrant said. A day later, Craig allegedly told the staff member that his wife accused him of poisoning her. Police said Craig's wife went back to the hospital on Wednesday with the same symptoms. The couple were going through a rough time in their marriage. Craig had asked for a divorce, the arrest warrant said. Police said that he had cheated on his wife multiple times over the course of their marriage with several different women. At the same time, his wife was hospitalized. He was flying to Denver to meet a woman he was having an affair with. Police also said he told his wife that he had a porn fixation dating back to high school, and when she attempted to leave him in the past, he had always convinced her to stay. That's the X. A search warrant was issued for Craig's home and business on Thursday, and the police said they believe he began planning her death as of February the 27th, and when Craig created a new Google account to research poison. Police said in his internet history revealed he looked for chemical supplies in Aurora, Googled the phrase, "How many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human?" and purchased arsenic off of Amazon. Craig's internet history also revealed that he searched on YouTube the top 5 undetectable poisons that show no signs of foul play, how to make poison, and the top 10 deadliest plants that can kill you. When suspicious details of this case came to light, our team of officers and homicide detectives tirelessly worked to uncover the truth behind the victim's sudden illness and death. Mark Hillenbrand, division chief with Aurora Police Department, it said in a statement, it was quickly discovered that this was in fact heinous, complex, and calculated. According to the website for the dental office, Summerbrook Dental, Craig said he was married with 6 children. So what do you tell your children? I'm just saying. You gonna take me out? She had all 3 and she still got the death smoothie, Robert. She was working out with him. She was all 3 and she still got the death smoothie. But Hermes addict, he convinced her to stay every time they started talking about divorce. So he wouldn't leave, so he sped up the process. Oh, and by the way, what they don't mention in this article that also came out, there was been updates on this. He was having an affair with a woman She would come meet him in Denver. She's on the run right now. She come from a little town. She on the run. Aurora, husband, dentist, mistress. Her name is out. The mistress is in hiding. And being outed, accused of the wife killer's girlfriend. She in hiding. Her name, she in Texas, and she's an orthodontist. They probably met at a conference. Her name is Karen Kane. Her name is Karen Kane. The authorities want to have a conversation with Karen. They just want to talk. We just want to talk. We just want to talk. I don't know if they got her picture out. I bet you they do. Because now you got to ask, was there a plot? I don't know why this is coming up. I don't even look at that site. Karen Kane traveled to see Craig while his wife was hospitalized. Craig similarly told Kane his wife was ill during her third and final hospital stay. She never took the second flight to Colorado. Kane has been married to husband Jason. She married. Filing divorce papers in November 22 with divorce proceedings going on. Their 2 children, boy and girl, are both understood to be adults. Karen, I want you here with me. Karen, I love you. Let me stop. That's been our show, people. I just bring you the facts. You all can disseminate how you want to do these things, how you want to have these domestic partnerships, how you want to do tax deductions versus tax credits, DAF, donor advised funds. You can even look up private foundations. I won't get into that. That's a 1099 talk. You can all figure out how y'all gonna lace these smoothies with arsenic, these death smoothies, whatever you want to, however that want to be discussed, whatever. They got 6 kids, it's 8 kids amongst the 2 couples, or whatever the case may be. Again, billionaires leaving other billionaires. She out of here. She got dementia. I'm gonna take this new young hottie. She used to being around money. She knows she ain't phased by no billionaire. She got luxurious condos. She been in the billionaire game for a long time. I'm just giving you what's out here, what to do, where to move, how to move. Protect your assets, protect your life. If it look funny, don't drink it. If you got a headache on Monday, don't drink it on Tuesday. Be like, nah, I'm just gonna have some water. I got it. I got it. You ain't gotta make me no breakfast. See, this is another thing. This even make it even better. This may even make more sense. When you get married, just hire a chef. That way you ain't gotta worry about she poison you. You ain't gotta worry about he poison you. Another thing, get your feet clean. Cut your toenails. Don't walk around with stanky feet. Don't walk around with bad breath. Personal hygiene matters. I'm just telling you. These things are things that Tameika sees throughout life and things that I think we need to discuss. I don't care nothing about your long eyelashes, but I do care if your eyelash glue break your eyes out. Speaking of breaking eyes out, y'all saw the eye drops that have been causing people to go blind. The eye drops causing people to go blind. Watch what's going on in the world. Watch what's going on around you. Hire a chef because apparently people be trying to take you out in smoothies, and they got goddamn look smoothies and food. So maybe you should be hiring a chef. Maybe I should make enough money to hire a chef. Hire a chef. Get you a chef that ain't neither one of y'all are attracted to. Get you somebody y'all ain't attracted to. Just give them your grandmama recipes and let them cook it. 'Cause y'all trying to take people out on the smoothie. I can't even have my strawberry and banana smoothie. You gonna try to take me out? And if you don't kill me with the strawberry smoothie, you gonna kill me with them funky toes. Fix it, Jesus. All right. Y'all have fun. It's been real. D, we doing the other show? No, yay. All right, I'm cool. We do the other show. Let's aim for, give me about 30 minutes. Let me grab a snack. Let's aim for 30 minutes on the next show. Government contracting. I'm doing a deep dive. Be ready. Pen and paper. I read a couple of books. I'm gonna bring this book up. Won't be this week. 6 Steps to 7 Figures. I won't bring this book up this week, but I don't have my other book that I'm gonna review today. I gotta go get it. So give me 30 minutes. We're gonna talk about government contractor and getting to the money. We talked about protecting your money earlier and make a little bit about making it, but really more about taxes. And this one, we're going to talk about making the money. So I see y'all in 30 minutes. Don't forget, brush your teeth, wash your toes. Dion said in the background, wash your ass, but wash. We'll see y'all later.